Hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Nicolina, although everybody knows me as Nina. I'm the communication manager at ESN International.
Laura, we have a cooking problem here.
Yeah, just the mic. It's not working. Just Laura, just press on the actual the presentation. Just for it to work again. Yeah, now it's working.
Yeah, perfect.
Cool. I don't need any. Okay. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this first Sunday of the year 2022-2023. I'm Yas. I'm the president of ESN Switzerland, and I welcome you in my beautiful Lausanne. Not for too long anymore. Sad. But first of all, I want to thank all the people who made this happen. People in the OC. Where are the people in the OC here? There's the head of OC here. The organizing committee has been working super hard on it. Please, a big round of applause. Just as a quick story, this NA has been in the making for the past 2 years. COVID happened. Well, but a bunch of us in Lausanne have been to Scandinavia for our exchange. So it was kind of also our dream to bring that Scandinavian tradition to ESN Switzerland. It's really cool. I also want to thank all the people who worked on the content, the national level, international guests, our lovely chairing team, and people like Laura, my vice president, who's been working a lot on it, Izide, our national event manager. So yeah, but it's super weird to be standing here in front of you because 3 years ago, I was exactly in your place, exactly here in Lausanne, in the same building, not the same room, but in the same building. I had just joined ESN like in October 2019. And 2 weeks later, I joined my first NA, also in Lausanne. I didn't know what to expect. I was coming back from my exchange in Stockholm, so hence the overall. And I was, full of dreams and stars and whatever after my exchange. And I was like, let's go, let's do all of these ESN activities. I went to this NA. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know anything about ESN. And it was amazing. I learned so much from others and about others. And it really motivated me afterwards to commit more time and invest more of myself in ESN and allow me and inspired me to take on more and more roles afterwards. So this could be you, maybe next year, maybe in a few years, we'll see. But what I want to say as well is that every path in ESN is different. Every path is unique. You make your own. We're all volunteers. Whatever we bring to this association is already a big plus value because volunteer work is so precious. It's not like we're doing a job, right? We're allowed to do mistakes. We're allowed to learn because everything we do for ESN, we do it because we love what we're doing, right? So I want you to make your own path and choose something that you like to do, that you like to explore. You like doing, I don't know, trips? Let's go. Go to Zermatt, go to whatever you want. Do these things for people you want to do this for, exchange students, your volunteers, etc. My own path was quite rich. ESN is quite a big platform where you learn a lot about yourself and about others. And I genuinely think that ESN can bring you a lot. And my few years in ESN can be summarized in, I think, 3 keywords. The first one is people. I think most of us join ESN because of the people. Exchange students, volunteers, people from all over the world, from very different cultures. It really is mind-opening. And I think we learn a lot from that. One other thing is that, for example, ESN Switzerland is really committed to welcome everyone and make sure that they're comfortable and safe in every ESN space possible. We are committed to that, and I hope the sections as well. ESN International has been doing a lot of work on that as well. And this is a general direction, especially in these very turbulent times. We really want everyone to feel welcome here. And ESN is a very constant learning process. We learn a lot from people and other things that happen, situations. So the second keyword is challenges. It's challenging to be in ESN sometimes. It's not all easy, but it's worth it. I'm not gonna name all the challenges, but it makes us resilient. And this is why it's also very enriching. The third keyword, and this is one of my favorites as well, is passions. I think what ESN is great about is that we can our own passions into it. it gives you such a diverse platform to bring everything that you love. You love sports, you bring your own ideas, you bring these ideas to the exchange students, you embark them into this journey with you. And it's so amazing. For me, it's like my two biggest passions nowadays, it's student mobility. I love talking about going on exchange, etc. It's so enriching. I was just at a study abroad fair like 2 days ago, and I talked nonstop for 4 hours about Stockholm. So yeah. And the second passion, and for those who know me, you know what I'm gonna say. It's sustainability and the environment. And this is something that I didn't think I could bring to ESN, because ESN is not an environmental association per se. But as I said, it's such a big platform that you can bring your own ideas, your own things. And I developed so much during my years about this topic. This said, ESN has been a complete big learning process, and I learned a lot, and it also showed its impact afterwards, because now I just graduated and I was looking for a job, and I realized how much ESN mattered in job interviews, in the way you present yourself, because they really valued it every single time I talked about my experience in ESN. And actually the opportunity that I recently accepted is actually a mix between things that I learned at uni, things I'm passionate about, but also things that I learned in ESN. And this was a big turning point in all the job interviews that I did. So to finalize this speech, what I want to say is ESN is an amazing journey. It has been amazing for me. It will be amazing for you, but you make your own amazing journey. Find what you like and make the most out of it. Thank you very much, and make the most out of this NA.
Okay, brilliant. Next up on the agenda, we have a speech by an international board member, Nikolina Đurić, and I believe that she is coming in via Zoom or video. Yes, brilliant. There she is. Hi, Nina.
Hello, can you hear me? I don't know how Brussels internet is going to work, but I hope you can all hear me well. Give me a thumbs up.
1 second, 1 second. We're still figuring out the audio, typical ESN technicalities. You're familiar with those.
Very much.
Ah, brilliant.
All good? I can just ramble on until you tell me that you can hear me and everything is fine.
Okay, Nina, I think we can hear you now.
Can we?
We can indeed.
Yes, amazing. Hi, everyone. I really hope not that you will just be able to hear me, but also see me, because I'm in Brussels right now, and Brussels has terrible internet. It's really notorious for it. You'd think, oh, heart of Europe. No, it's not good. But yeah, as Barbara, the lovely Barbara introduced me, I'm Nikolina Đurić. I'm a communication manager of ESN International. And just want to say hi to everyone. First of all, hello to the lovely CT, the loveliest CT I've ever seen, if I may add. Look at them. But also to all of you, although I can't see you like literally, I can imagine your lovely faces. And also want to say thank you to the national board that invited me to join. This is actually the second time I was invited to the National Assembly of ESN Switzerland, first time being in 2018. But again, for some bizarre reason, because life happens, I couldn't join physically, but at least this time I could join online, so that's very nice. I come from ESN Serbia, and for those of you who might not know, ESN Serbia and ESN Switzerland are long-time buddy countries, so it's always there's always a special place in my heart for ESN Switzerland, so I'm glad that I could be here. It's difficult to follow Jas with a speech because he literally said everything that I was going to say, so that's kind of rude. We should have like prepared something beforehand. But I also want to say that we always like to say in ESN that the sections and the sections are the base of ESN, the foundations and the walls. And I always like to add then that the assemblies are the bloodline of ESN. I remember my first National Assembly way back in 2016. I'm quite old in ESN. It's always a shocker, especially now with younger generations. But yeah, I've been in ESN for quite a long time. My first General Assembly was in Belgrade in 2016, and I just became a local board member like 2 months before. And I had no idea what was going on. I was so confused by all the terms and all the discussions that were happening. Nobody briefed me. I was there with only one other person who also didn't know much. So that was a fantastic moment of representation of my local section. But in the end, what I remembered the most from that National Assembly was not so much my own confusion, although it does come in flashbacks, but meeting all the people from my country that I normally would not interact with, because I was kind of always in my own section with my own local board. And meeting the national level and also international. We had back then, it was 2016. So the treasurer of ESN International was a girl from Serbia, and she came to Belgrade and she gave this inspiring speech about her ESN career. And I remember sitting there being like, oh my God, I should have joined ESN sooner. Like, this is so cool. I could have, expanded my skills so much more and so much more before. Now I feel like, I only have 1 more year of university. Maybe I'm not going to learn enough. I should have done this before. I should have done this before. But also I was like, I can do so much more. There's so many more cool things to do in ESN. So I'm just going to echo Yas and say that I do hope that this National Assembly is an opportunity for you to discover your own passions if you don't know them yet, or just to get inspired to do more things, not necessarily maybe on the international or national level like I was, because I was crazy back then. I really got hooked to ESN very, very quickly, but maybe just in your local section, which is, again, the most important part of ESN. Everything that you do on the local level is the reason why we exist, and we always take a lot of pride in it. I always say to the national boards, I love going to events around Europe, especially external events, and saying, oh, our sections organize around 10,000 events every year to bring around 500,000 people, and everybody just goes, and I'm like, yeah, our sections are awesome. So you're quite awesome. And I also want to say national assemblies or assemblies in general are, like I said, a bloodline of ESN. And this is probably where you're going to discover, like Yas said, a lot of passion. And by that, I mean, there's going to be a lot of discussions and a lot of disagreements and a lot of new ideas coming up. But I think the beautiful part about assemblies is that you realize how much everybody loves ESN, and that we're all there together because we love it, and we have so many ideas how to improve it. So I do hope that this is also the case for you this weekend, that you're going to get a lot of ideas to bring to your sections, improve the national level, improve the international level, improve how we work with students, because everything we do in the end is for them. And like Yas said, take what you can, take the most out of it. I've spent my entire 20s in ESN, and it's my last year now. It's heartbreaking to think about it, but I really can say that for me, it's been the most amazing time of my life. It's very difficult to sometimes know what exactly it was that shaped you and made you into a person, or what changed the trajectory of your life. For me, that was getting elected for the local board. My whole life changed because of that. And I do hope that the time you spend in ESN will bring some added value to your life. I don't think there was a single person that hasn't had at least a little bit, even if it was one friendship or one cool event that they went to. I do hope that you remember that everything you do is for you and for the students. And in the end, you are probably going to leave the organization better because you were in it. And also you're going to be better because you were in it. So enjoy the National Assembly. I hope next time I get to join you physically, because I do love Switzerland. Everybody that has been at the MBT with me knows how much I enjoyed all the goats and everything. Thank you, Barbara. See, she agrees. So next time, maybe if you take us to some goats, I'll be there for sure, even if it is for one afternoon. Thank you so much for having me, and have the best National Assembly. I will be stalking your Instagrams to see how you're doing and feeling very FOMO. And just hope to see you soon, maybe next a big international event. And if you see me at any of them, just come and say hi. I would love to chat with you and see your faces now, because I can't see them. I mean, Ada and Barbara are a good replacement. Oh, there you go. Oh, so cute. Thank you so much for that. Hi, love you. Bye-bye. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Nina. Brilliant. Okay, thank you so much, Nina. It's always a pleasure seeing you. I don't know where to look, whether in the screen, in the camera, but I think, yeah, once again, thank you. Enjoy your time in Brussels. And I think we can continue and start off with the next slide, and I don't think that I can click it. Nope. Guys, me and technology, this is going to be quite something. All right. So I was told that most of you here are newbies. So yeah, once again, also welcome. And we do have some rules in ESN, some rules, sort of, so to say, but pretty much they're very basic. So if you have a question, you have to raise your hand, much like lovely Hermione here is doing. If you raise 2 fingers, that means that you want to directly respond or have a reaction to a question or a comment that has been said. And if you raise 1 finger, that means that you have a procedural comment. So a comment regarding the procedure of the floor. Yeah, also because I assume, well, we all assume that lots of you will be having some comments and questions. We will have a speakers list. A speakers list is basically just a list of your names so that we know who raised their hand first and in which order to go with, yeah, putting you up on the floor. And yeah, please wait for the chairing team or me to call for your name. If I don't pronounce your name correctly from the start, I apologize in advance. I'm really doing my best. But yeah, please just make sure to correct me if I don't pronounce it well. I'm not going to get offended. I don't know how to use this clicker. This is wild. Anyways, also then when you speak, make sure, as I said, to state your name and section. I am also very ruthless with this. I'm very strict. So I will call you out if you don't state your name and section, because then you will make Ada's life much easier with her minute taking, and as well, you'll just be nice and we want to get to know you. Please be clear and concise, straight to the point. We have an agenda to follow. We have strict times. Again, we want to stick to this agenda. And please have 1 question at a time, because again, we don't want to be spamming a speaker that is answering your question, and also just to be respectful again of the time and of the agenda assigned per each slot. Yeah, and then finally, if you want to add something else to an answer, you again have to be added to the speaker list. So it's quite a tedious process, but it works. Some other useful information. I saw you already all know when your hands are up, both hands up, that means that you're requesting silence. So thank you, Axel, for helping me demonstrate. And also when you want to agree with something, when you want to applause or simply express your appreciation, in order again to just keep it calm, we do jazz hands. So as so, thank you very much. All right. As for the voting rules, we have 1 vote per section. And usually for most votes, we have a simple majority unless it is otherwise stated. And if we have personal votes, we will do these anonymously, but I trust that these will be done tomorrow via anonymous papers. Last but not least, the code of conduct. The code of conduct, I hope that you all at least know what it is, that you have heard of it before. Essentially, it is a document that outlines how a person should be behaving. It's basically, the document's whole point is to make sure that everybody feels safe and included, and that the event in itself is respectful. Because essentially ESN is, as it stays, very lovely here. It's an environment and we are welcoming and appreciating everybody, and we are making sure not to do any bullying. Again, me asking you to state your name and section is not bullying, it is being procedural. Thank you. Again, I've pretty much said this already, but please, everybody, make sure to follow this. I believe Laura will be sharing the code of conduct with you soon enough. And last but not least, just be respectful of everybody when you're communicating and interacting with others. If at any point you need to contact anybody, you can contact Laura from ESN Switzerland. This is her phone number, or you can reach her via Telegram. Or if you want to reach out to somebody else, you may reach out to me. My name is Barbara, by the way. I'll introduce myself later a little bit. And this is my phone number, and you can reach me here on Telegram as well. I have been speaking quite a bit now. You might be wondering, okay, who is this girl? She just said like, oh, reach out to Barbara. Hi, everybody, I'm Barbara. I am currently finishing my master in clinical psychology at Leiden University in the Netherlands. I have been writing my thesis since last October. But you know, I joined the national board of ESN and I was like, oh, it's thesis, what? I don't know. Somebody's like, how's your thesis going? What? I have a thesis. But essentially, what is something about my ESN history? So in 2018, when I started off university, I joined ESN Leiden, and I was just a member. I really liked their parties. ESN Leiden had infamous cocktail parties that happen once a month. And I thought, this is, exactly. I thought this is pretty cool. I want to join the cocktail party committee because they said, yeah, if you're on the committee, you can get free drinks. Score. After that, I was kind of, I don't want to say bullied, but I was bullied into joining the local board. And it was definitely a lovely experience. I was a partnership manager as well as a local representative for ESN Leiden. And then after that, I was like, this has been so much work. It has been so challenging, as both Yas and Nina has said. I am done with it. I joined the national board. So ever since 2021, I have been the national partnership manager of ESN the Netherlands. And yeah, currently I am still in my second mandate. Some fun facts about me. I have the cutest dog ever. Can I get an awe? Thank you, thank you. He is adorable indeed. Exactly. I also own a sword. That's something really cool about me. Exactly. How do you think I get partners? And yeah, how to win me over? I love coffee. I'm an absolute caffeine addict. I also love cookies and I play a lot of D&D, which is why I have a sword and I always have my dice with me. So fun fact about me. Moving on to our vice chair.
Where do I
Hold
see?
it. No.
Okay. Hello, and I'm Ada. I'm gonna be your vice chair during UNA one, and I also finished my bachelor's in psychology at Leiden University, same as Barbara, following her footsteps from 1 year behind. Now I'm doing my master's in clinical psychology in Rotterdam, Erasmus University Rotterdam. In 2021, I joined during COVID. I joined the ESN Leiden's local board again, like Barbara. I feel like I'm just repeating. It's funny how she's complaining about being forced to joining a local board because she convinced me to join the national board when I was drunk. While we were responsibly partying. Yeah. And yeah, now I'm the communication manager of ESN the Netherlands, and I'm honored to be your vice chair. And yeah, fun facts about me. I'm the biggest ABBA fan, so I'm a little bit hurt by not being in the ABBA team, but being in the Lego team. We'll see. It's fine. Hello. Hi, Nina. Yeah, and I can bounce a ball 100 times on my forehead. If you want me to approve it, just bring me a ball. And how to win me over? I love Mamma Mia, goes with ABBA together, hand to hand. I love cocktails. We're both in the cocktail committee. Yay. We're not alcoholics, no. I love photography and I love good music. So you can always come to me with to show your good pictures or to recommend some songs. Yeah, thank you. And I'm from Turkey, Istanbul, sorry. Yeah, thank you. And last but not least, we have Laura coming to the floor. Hello, everyone. Yes, Lucerne. Yes. Well, for those who don't know me, I'm Laura. I'm the vice president, and today, over this weekend, also the technical chair. So please don't complain. I'm originally from Germany, and I'm not studying anymore. I'm working full time, and I'm the head of the artistic administration office in Lucerne at the theater. I was part of ESN Frankfurt in Germany. Then I joined ESN Lucerne, my great home section. And since last year, I'm the vice president of ESN Switzerland. So this is my second mandate. Yeah, as a fun fact, I never studied in Switzerland. I actually finished my study before I moved to Switzerland. So I had to learn a lot before I actually understood the whole system because it's quite different from what I was used to. In general, yeah, I sleep between 5 and 6 hours during the night. So if you see me around, this is totally normal. And okay, thanks. And yeah, I love music and I also love cocktails. So I will definitely go to the Netherlands to go to one of their events to see this event because I really, really love what they told me about this. So I hope every one of you has a great time this weekend. And yeah, let's move on. So OC, where are they?
Hello, everyone. I think we're louder. So welcome to Lausanne. I'm super welcome you here. Can be from OC here, even if we are like 16 people. So So we are co-organizing it between ESN EPFL and ESN UNIL, as we always do because we love so much. So here you can see the OT. So we have a lot of people doing amazing stuff now. So they are all super busy. So that's why they are now. But we have Marine, who is the head of OC with me. She was also in ESN Switzerland last year in communication manager. And I was also in ESN Switzerland event manager. So we wanted to continue to do National Assembly. So here we are. And then we have Tim, David, staff. We have Milou, who is taking care of managing the staff. We have Antoine, who are here to guide you. Already new, let's say you. And we have Laure and Khalid cooking for you since yesterday morning at 7 a.m. So hopefully we're doing and your communication. A lot of the other several guide is nice, so you need to thank them. There is Marisa and Joanna who are currently during the coffee break in the place there, and we have for logistic, and it's Alf. So
Okay.
you want to say something?
Hey everyone, mais ça marche pas. So it's not working, but it's working. Okay, hi on Zoom. So my name, I'm part of the hospitality sector. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, exactly the same, except my name is Ryan.
Hi, I'm Ali. The
Okay, well, so hopefully we'll see you all around during the weekend. Yeah, have fun.
Brilliant. Laura, do we need to do any refreshing? No? All good? All right. So first up, we will do a quorum check. A quorum check is done in order to make sure that... Oh, thank you. I should have done that. A quorum check is done in order to make sure that all of you are here that are meant to be here. So today's quorum check question will be, have you ever been in Scandinavia? So I will just ask you all to vote for, like, raise up your voting devices for the option for which you're going to vote on. So we have option number 1, yes, option number 2, no, and 3, abstain. So now I'm going to ask. Yeah, can go with the formal voting. All right. So the first question will be, have you ever been to Scandinavia? Vote yes. Oh. Okay, thank you. Have you ever been to Scandinavia? Option 2, no. Okay, thank you. And have you ever been in Scandinavia? Option 3, abstain. That's all. Okay, brilliant. Thank you, everybody. It's really weird raising up both my hands with holding this microphone. It's, yeah. Okay, so in order for the vote counting to be a little bit easier, we're going to elect the scrutinizers. Scrutinizers are basically there just to count the votes, to make people's lives easier a little bit. So first of all, I would like to ask if we have any volunteers from the international guests to be scrutinizers. If no, that's fine. No? Okay. Do we have any volunteers from ESN Switzerland who would like to be a scrutinizer? You cannot be a scrutinizer if you're also holding up the voting device. One, and we need one more. Brilliant. Please, guys, one more person. I really don't want to call up on people. Yeah? Yeah? Oh, yeah, both of you? Okay, perfect. Okay, we have two already. All right. Do they come to the floor and then they get... Okay, can the scrutinizers, the potential scrutinizers, please come to the floor? Hello, welcome to the lovely floor. I would also ask you to just tell us your name and section just for the minutes.
So I'm Jochen from ESN Switzerland. I'm Lucas Steinberger from ESN Switzerland.
Okay, lovely. Well, we have to vote on you. To vote. Okay. Yes. So, excellent. ESN Switzerland, do you vote for option number 1? Yes, for the scrutinizers. Raise your votes. $14 indeed. Just for the sake of the procedure, do we have any votes for no? Do we have any votes for abstain? In that case, congratulations, scrutinizers. Thank you. And please stay here for the following votes indeed. This is actually wrong. We are still going to be voting on the agenda, correct? Are we refreshing the slides? There are no changes about today's agenda for Saturday. Nonetheless, if you vote yes for today's agenda, please raise your voting devices. Option yes. You report back to me usually. Okay, brilliant. Do we have any votes for no? Have any votes for abstain? Excellent. Finally, do you approve the chairing team? Option 1, yes? I'm just not going to go with the others, no and abstain. Okay, brilliant. Then we also have a full house. The next vote is the approval of the minutes of NA3 in Zurich and Winter Tour. So do you approve of the minutes for the previous NA3 of Zurich and Winter Tour? Option 1, yes. Okay, thank you. Option 2, no. Option 3, abstain. Brilliant. Okay, thank you. Thank you, scrutinizers. All right, now we're going to have, we're just going to introduce the double track to you. Oh, yes, yes. Come to the floor.
So maybe you were already wondering what all these envelopes in the back are. So I want to introduce this quickly before we actually go into the double track. These are so-called sugar cubes. So the meaning is each of you have an envelope. If we missed someone, please come to me. We still have envelopes. We can put them up. And the idea is that you have paper somewhere. Axel, where do we have the paper? It's in the back. The idea is that you can write little notes, preferably positive notes, please, to each of us. And at the end of the day, the people that are leaving, or at the end of the weekend, you can take your envelope home. You can read on the way back all these little cute notes. And it's a really, really nice thing. So also, please try to write as many notes as possible so that at least everyone has a few in them. You have time during the day, also tomorrow, to do this. Take a coffee break, the lunch, a few minutes of the lunchtime, or whenever we have buffer time that's not used. You can also take paper, take it to your seat and then write them. But it would be really nice, yeah, if we could do this. Any questions? No? Perfect. Then we can go on.
Okay, proceeding with the introduction to the double track, going back on track with the agenda. So just everybody who has joined ESN after 2020 should join the introduction to the ESN track, except if you are holding the vote. And in that case, you should stay in this room to discuss the budget proposal for the upcoming year, as well as the amendment to the action plan. The other room for the introduction to ESN is just the room next door. So I think we can split now. Is it clear?
Let's go to the next house.
10 minutes late.
See which section doesn't go through in this idea, but they're not going to exist. Can I cancel their vote?
Imagine if that were to happen. I don't think I but I think I can also try doing that. Okay, everybody. Are we seated? Okay, excellent. I would like to call up to the floor Elena to present the budget proposal for 2023.
Hello, hello. Already. Okay, welcome to the super nice, amazing, the best part ever, and not boring at all, super sexy, I would say. It's budget. So normally what we do in N1, we present the budget for next year. So that's for my proposal for you for 2023. So I will start with incomes. So basically for 2023, you will always see 2022. Do I have, wow, 2022, what is actually what was last voted at the NA, what I propose for 2023, and you will see also the change over here. There's been quite some change in incomes. All these changes that I've done, incomes and expenses, are normally made after like previous year's projections. So normally we try not to consider, but this doesn't work. I mean, I screen. Okay, for the lesson. So basically the yeah, from the projections, and of course like doing a kind of sustainable projection for COVID years, because that's not, I mean, we're going forward from there, so we want to, but there's been quite some income changes, because I've noticed that for the moment, for example, we're not selling like Yes, no, we are not selling that many ESN card as we were selling in the way past, like before. And for that, for example, it's there is a decrease. Then, of course, we lost quite some partners, but we are optimistic. Then for the following year, we're gonna get at least one. I mean, in our action plan, I stated that with the partnership manager, they will try to do at least one bilateral contract per year, hopefully. Then what did I put? Okay, so we hope also to increase our Movezia grant. Last year, I applied for get a raise from the Movezia grant, and we actually got this more money. And then this year, of course, I'm gonna ask for more. Why not? And also the Confederation grant, BSD grant, also will be based on the expenses of this year, 2022. So this, I mean, this as I said, our projection, but normally it should be quite close to this amount. Then, as I said, ESN cards, and then last year's projections, not here, and also possible partner sponsor, that's already said. Then for expenses is a bigger table, and it's going to be quite, because it's divided in parts. So you will have NL support, business and finance, communication, education and youth, international affairs, network care and development, project and causes, which also reflects our, like us personally, because we have 7, it's more, yeah, I mean, we have 7 more members from business to projects, and NL support is just an additional line for us. Okay. So yeah, quite small, but I'm gonna go part by part, so you're gonna see this in more in details. Doesn't go. Okay, and the main, I would say, changes that we'll have for 2023, we decide to allocate to add one line in the international affairs group for international event grant to have some money, because we really want to push international events, but that also I'm going to present afterwards. So budget structure, what's new or maybe not so new, because I also already presented this structure, because the structure has been there since this year. So for NL support is basically the support for us to work and to go to NAs and to basically do our function. So I'm not going to bore you with this too much, but in general, it's, I'm going to go to the, not too much. Okay, so basically it's travel expenses, training and development, because it's really important also for us to have trainings and to try to work for you the best we can. And then also if for IB members, if anyone participates in IB, we would like to sustain them, I will say their campaign to run for IB, International Board. And yeah, then in business and finance, it's basically what I'm working for. So it's, I mean, my team money. So, and it's basically to pay administrative expenses, membership fees, that we are part of different students organizations, and also the membership fees of ESN International. The ESN cards that, of course, we buy from International, the booklet, and so, yes, here there's been no change, basically. It's quite a constant one. Then communication also, it's for the communication manager team and the communication team. So it's for software, internet expenses, gadgets. It was a small raise for, like, because as our national level now, it's growing quite a lot. We have now 7 board members compared to 4 or 5. And then also a lot more board support. So that's what's happening. And also for the section, we raised the section com support. So really remember this, because not everyone actually applies to this, but it's actually important. I think only 2 sections applied last year, or 3. So it's not really, it's really important for you if you need like support. It's money-wise for anything that you're using communication. For communication, you'll have this money to pay for your, how you call it, this subscription for these softwares. Then education and youth is for the education team, the SWEC activities, national education and youth events, and mobility in school projects. And also this was, it's a constant race because they're organizing way more. There are also way more members, and they're gonna organize a conference, correct? They organized the conference, they will when? In March, very March, okay. And so that's also goes for that, and also for their activities. So you are 4, 5 members, 6 or something, 6, including yes, 6. So yeah, that's a small increase due to this. Then network care and development, it's a bigger group. It has a lot of lines. I think I don't have, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna go slower because I think it's important. This part is the most important part because it really, I mean, everything that is expenses besides NL support, it's basically for you. But in general, this is the one that most, that you're gonna most like apply to and use. So yes, I mean, supplies, not necessarily, because it's like, I mean, it's what we use, like everything that we buy for the national events, and also for the DNAs and gifts, and basically. Then we have the money for the National Assembly. So we are keeping the grant for each National Assembly at 3,000. So we will have, it's 9,000 because it's 3 National Assemblies. Then we have, I think I put 3, okay, I made a mistake, but it's, so we have all our national events are gonna be covered by network care and development money. So for now, it's gonna be Titanic, Le Manique, Train Rally, NEG, and actually put 3, but I'm increasing this budget to have a event proposal for autumn, spring 2023. I hope to receive some proposal, and also with Easy, I think we're gonna work on having like a new national event, hopefully. Then intersection event, also please submit your intersection event if you want to get this grant. It's from 2 sections on, so really whatever you can do, please do. And this is so the lines of the budget. And I'm gonna, so basically here, besides the training and development, there was raised a little bit also for that this includes trainings for you, trainings that we do, and also for you to participate in ESN, also international trainings when you go, for example, to to web. Also, this is quite important. Then okay, then this is just continuation of the same. So travel expenses. So for 2023, basically we're gonna do travel expenses for NAs for 2 official delegates of each section. So it covers also travel expenses for the AC, the people that are here working, and the chairing team. Then also the participation fee for the IROS or the section do not cover it financially. They don't support you. That's going to be. And then travel support for 1 section member that will not receive support also from IROS of the section to attend non-statutory international events like EGM and WEP. So that's also we'll try to support you. And then part of this amount goes to the ESN invitation, which is a project. I'm not gonna go too much into detail, but it's for you to participate in other section events. So volunteer. So community meetings. Also, we have community weekends and community meetings, and also this is the money for training and development and all these meetings that we will organize during the year. And also training and development, it's here. So training for the section, it might also go for to all the also for trainers to come and during NAs or come during other events to as well to give you workshops. And so that's just I'm going to repeat these because it's really important. So remember this was also what my action plan stated. So for the official delegates, for this, we will gonna continue support all the national intersection project and causes events and the national. So remember for the travel support for EGM and web. Then last but not least, we have project and causes. We have these nice, normally in ESN we have 6 causes, but since the education is well covered by one entire team, we have the other causes, which are culture, sustainability, health and well-being, skills and employability, and social inclusion, which also get a fixed amount per year. And this here because we want to, this is still for you to apply to develop events, projects on these specific topics. It's not for us to do it. I mean, if we will try to approach you, we will try to work with you if you want to do some projects, some events that include these. Please, you have money for it as well. So please ask and apply for this specific grant. Sorry, there was not last because I skipped international affairs. I put it at the end for the fact that, so this international, international affairs part, it's for the all the statutory meetings, non-statutory meetings for the international guests that are coming to our events. And also I put it here because we have this international event grant that we would like to propose for 2023. So the updates basically then is on this specific line that we're adding. So there will be a new budget line for the international affairs team for the organization of an international event in Switzerland. The purpose of this event will be to keep closer relationships between the ESN Switzerland network and the other NOs and in general and the international level. And it will be either a statutory or a non-statutory meeting based on our possibilities each year. And that's the line. And then, so why we're doing this? So basically we're doing this because, I mean, for this reason that I stated here, and also because, this is the money. And also because we were really, really successful at organizing all of these events. And also it was said by the international level, it was extremely nice. We organized the national board training in 2022, which takes place twice a year. It's a training design. This is for the national boards to learn and exchange knowledge and best practice, and it was extremely fun. It was really inspiring. There were a really nice workshop, and we ate fondue. I unfortunately didn't eat fondue, but you did because I left a little bit earlier. But that was really, really nice. Everyone enjoyed, and also because we had really, really an amazing team that supported us, because this is all possible because sections help us to do these events. It's not, they don't come in, and this is ESN Bern. Then what I'm proposing, okay, this is just, I'm throwing a proposal. It's not like this. This is not going to be part of the voting, but we want to see if we can organize something in 2023. Or eventually, if it's not in 2023, we will see 2024, but in the closest possible. But these are proposals for 2023, and we will see. So my proposal is either we would like to organize community meeting. Community meetings are non-statutory, and it's to bring together the volunteers with the same positions. So for like treasurers, presidents, vice presidents, and within all the communities, and so to share knowledge and to train, to consult in different topics of their field of work. So that's the first one, and this will happen in June 2023. And this is really nice because we can, depending on the time we have, the sponsors, what we can get, we can organize, not necessarily, because community meetings are how many? 6 communities, 7, I don't remember, 5, but we can also organize only one community meeting. So it's not necessarily all of them. They can even be at once in the same place or also split it. And then second proposal is the web, which is really, really, I'm throwing that there, which is also organized once per year. The aim is to bring together volunteers from the same regions, which are, so this is really important for next workshops, because you're going to be asked these things. So we are in web. And so with all the countries from web, including ES and the Netherlands. And that's one thing that we are throwing there. If we get also enough fundings, we will see how we, and also like an OC. And this is going to happen in October 2023. As I said, it's really, really, I throw it there. Maybe we manage, maybe we don't, but that's a possibility. And why these specific ones this year? I think because the most important things for me personally is not working. My part, there is my picture. Yes. The most important thing for me is trainings platform. I have really a deeply love for training events, workshop, and this is my picture. Because yes, I strongly, really believe that we are not just here for work. It's not just, I mean, it's fun, yes, but we need to understand that we can grow and there is an opportunity to develop our skills. And actually, it's not necessarily only our soft skills, because they always say, oh, we're going to develop our soft skills. Not really, because it's really developing our hard skills as well. And I'm doing this, I always do this example whenever because I'm a treasurer. I've been treasurer in ESN Geneva for 4 years. I'm treasurer now for 2 years from my second mandate. And actually, everything that I don't have a business and finance background, like zero. I'm a scientist. I do a PhD in immunology, in biology. So I have zero. But everything that I did, everything that I worked for in ESN and before in my previous organization brought me to do budgets and proposal for clinical trials in the pharmaceutical company. So I work in Novartis to do NDs, and they put me on budgets. And I was like, okay, and it was awesome. And I really used and developed and all the skills that I've acquired in ESN. And actually, I made them save quite some money, and I got a bonus at the end of the year. So it was really good. I always put that there. It's not really only work. So that's this one. And then, so please, we want you, because this we cannot do all by ourselves. I will really I love to work with someone. It can be a section, it can be an ensemble of sections, it can be anyone who wants to join and adds like proposals. They're not, I said, not the only events. We can also look for other specific things internationally, but these are the ones that I think they might be good for now. Then also to finish, so just some tables, because I'm not good at budgeting, but no. But so basically, just to recap everything that I said about our budget for 2023. So we will try to propose an increase of 5,000 to receive 25,000 from the Movezia grant, which was 20,000 this year. Also, we will, based on what we will have as expenses, we will resubmit this application for the grant, and hopefully we will get half of what we will spend. We will start a partnership mapping. So we are trying to do really a consistent mapping with the bodies, with the partnership manager. We will do like a section mapping, and then we will see what can be applied nationally, and hopefully we will receive some money out of it. And then we also reduce incomes from services based on annual projections. Then for the expenses, we have NL support and business and finance is quite stable amount. It did not change. Communication and youth and project communication, education and youth and project and COSI, there was a small increase based on the projection. I'm going to say a lot of projections, a lot of times projection. Less because it's cool, I don't know. Less for network care and development, because there was unexpected expenses for the national event that you voted on recently. So that's why we just gave more money for a specific national event, and then now it will be decreased. And then also the international affairs, as I said, we will increase for the international events that we will plan. And also final numbers, so then this difference from 2022 to 2023. The grant from Movezia from 2022 we received in January. The grant from BSD we received in September 2022, and the loss expectation for 2023 it reduces of 4,585 francs, and the reserves that we will have provisional for 2023 will be 6,000. It's not much, but of course money is coming and going. The grants are coming different times, so I mean we will have these like basic reserves, so we'll have, of course, more money in our accounts during the year. So I think that's it. Thank you very much. I need to say, yes. Wants to leave. Yes, stay there.
Now the Q&A will begin. So do you have any questions for
Thank you. She's open some. But this I don't know, I keep maybe. I don't know if I need to go back. A lot. Oh, wow. Nico. You need to ask them, I think, not me.
Can I go?
Yeah, Nicola from Geneva. So it was about the grants you expect to receive. How likely is it to receive the amount you planned? Yeah.
Yeah, for the live stream because
Oh, running for you. Good luck. I can go directly to the people. Yeah, you can also, yes. In your call, maybe they step on to the front. Yeah. Normally, you're talking about incomes in general, all of it. Incomes, yes, okay. Yeah. Normally, we already received last year an increase. I don't see why, because also all of this is based on what we do during the year. So if we do more events, if we do more things, if we spend more, also they will see that we are engaged and we do more. Normally, I will not see that big problem. Also, the BSV grant has the same type of background. So if we do more events, we organize more things also. And it's based, really, that one is based on what we spend. So if it gets, and every time we apply for this grant, we meet a lot of the, we meet, what are they called? Criteria, yes. A lot of the criteria, we meet them all, really many of them. So to get at the end this grant. So I see, and also all the other things that are incomings, they were reduced because it's, yeah, I think that it's reasonable, because I think it was really overestimated like in the previous year, but this, I think it's, yeah, I would say that it's fine. I don't see many problems. Yeah, you can come to me. You can go.
Hi, I'm Dana from ESN Switzerland. Thanks a lot, Bente. I have a question. I know we talk about the sustainability travel policy later, so it's fine to give a quick idea. I was wondering, do you allocate extra money for this? Because sustainable travel costs way more than just flying. And do you have this in mind, and what is kind of the expenses you expect due to this new policy? Sorry, I will turn so that you can all hear me. So I'm Dana from ESN Zurich, and I was wondering about the sustainable travel policy. I know we talk about it later, so we can keep it short here just because it's budget-wise. I thought about if we allocate extra budget, or what the frame or the size of this new policy is that you have in mind.
But in general, yeah, I think we should like discuss the policy when there is a policy also be off for the different things. But budget-wise, it's really it's feasible because in any ways respects the action plan. It's not going out of the action plan. There will be, of course, like more expenses, but also we raise the amounts based on that for trainings, for traveling, for all the section care and development party was raised based also on that. So normally we should met. And also, I mean, we're gonna discuss about the policy and later on, but yeah, I don't see a budgeting like problem with all the people they're gonna apply, because yeah, it's based on the action plan as well that I do. The action plan? No, because every year we need to give an action plan. So when we decide, okay, we're going to reimburse 2 people, 1 people from the section, we're going to give money to 1 section member for EGM and web. These are the events you're going to participate to. So if anyways, I include it in my action plan, I know what, and for the budget 2023, I also increased based on what we present today. So normally, yes. I'm going to keep it shorter. Yeah.
Yes. Hi, Nicholas. He's an international guest, whatever. It's not a question, it's more like a comment for the training part. I think that's bringing trainers to training events here in Switzerland. Okay, it's fine. But I think that maybe ESN Switzerland should invest in send people, volunteers of the country to educate events, for example, Educate Starter and Educate Forward, in order to have prepared people in the network, not just to bring people here, but to have like people in the country ready to organize events and to hold workshops. So yeah, I don't know if you want to comment.
I think I should because it's really dear to me, this topic. Normally we that's the main goal. The thing is that before from last year there was not really money allocated to this. This is extremely new for us. So all the training and development started from last year since I joined. And then also we have money that we will allocate to also people to go to the Educate. I went to the Educate last year in Educate Starter, so it was a really great experience. And of course, we are promoting this, but also we are not only, when we start thinking about this, now we also have a position from the training and development officer, which will take care, there's no one at the moment in this position, but they will take care about this. Because what we want to do, it's yes to go, like the people from the network should go and get trained, but also we need to have more insights on this. We want to try and start building some like pool of trainers, some training events. We're already doing training events in community meetings. So it's like, it's just a slow start because it just started last year. We didn't have any money for it. We didn't have anything. So but yes, I'm going in this direction. That's why also I want to like motivate the training events. And I will personally go to web as the content team, and I will do and develop, like give workshop at web. So this year, in some weeks, 2 weeks.
So Matthew, ESN. I had a question regarding the organization. Here, okay. I had a question regarding the budget you had for the international events. It's already hard for ESN Switzerland to find OCs for NAs and national events. How do you plan on, because this is a decision that's supposed to, that regards everyone in Switzerland. How are you planning to motivate people to actually do the OC on top of the 3 other national assemblies that we have?
Okay, the way of motivation, I think we need to develop quite a strategy to do that. It's of course our responsibility as national level to be part of it. So we'll not only be the section, like also we were part of the MBT because Chantal was NR head of OC. So for sure we will have also us participating because it needs to come from us. And then I mean the strategy to motivate for sure it's I think in it's a long planning, and for some events it's really complex because they're big events. But for example, for community meetings which are small, I mean that was one of my goals for this year, to do at least 1 community meeting, which is like 40 people. So it's not a really big thing. All of them, I don't know if it's feasible, but that's one goal. Yeah, I cannot say how. I will have like some head of OC, the VP for the OC, and then we will start planning, because I think that in the event planning management, the first thing is to find the OC, because if you don't have the people, you cannot do anything. So that will be the first thing we're gonna do. The second question. Can you do a second question? afterwards. Sorry, you need to come back. No, and my answers, but you're asking at Italian to keep the answers concise.
Let's respond. There's a response first. Yeah, because we are on the topic of OC4NAs. And actually, if one way of motivating to finding OC4NAs is also to support them financially. And I see there's not, if I'm not mistaken, there's no increase in the money you give for an NA for this year. And as I discussed with the OC of NA Lausanne, organizing this NA supposes 4,500 francs coming from the sections. They can afford it because they have supporting universities. But how do you, one way of maybe motivating smaller sections to organize NAs would be to support more of it, because it's just not bearable financially at the moment.
I agree, but we can, I agree. And we should also think about increasing that. I haven't done it for this year, but it's also true that this is just a proposal for 2023. I'm going to stay here with you a little bit longer. In March, and like we can do amendments. No, I mean longer. Oh, don't even start me. Third mandate, I will probably die before. But like I will be here in March. We will also think about amendments, and if it's we will probably do like a working group also at the national level and understand the necessities. And if the only thing is also please, it's really nice that it's really important for us to get feedback. So if you think that is not enough, if you think that you need more money, please come back, because when we were asked for more money for a national event that was not feasible with the amount of money they were giving before, it was raised. So I think that the most important things are feedbacks. Yeah. Elena. He wants to be put the second time, I think.
Okay. Then we're adding one more person to the speaker list, and now I propose the speaker list is closed. Are there any objections? Brilliant.
Okay.
Okay, next up on the floor, we have Axel from ESN PFL.
Axel, ESN PFL. Thanks for your presentation, Elena. It's still a question related to the previous topic. So are the section gonna be consulted if we really want to organize a second event in 2-year international event? Because I think it's quite overwhelming, as Schneb and Mathieu said. And for example, since NA1, 8 of the 14 sections have been employed in a major event of ESN Switzerland. So it means that every section should organize an event every 2 years. It seems very a lot for such small country like us.
Yes, I think we need to do a consultation. Yes, I agree. This is also, as I said, everything that is amended or proposed, it can be amended. And I think it will be nice, like to do consultations. And also if, so we were discussing about this, it can also be a possibility if we have this money, then we were gonna keep this money for the following year. And so maybe to get like, to organize an event with more funds, and we can like sum it up. That's also a possibility. But yeah, I think that's that's something that we need to do consultation wise. Yes.
It was just a technical thing. Juan van Hauser, ESN Lucerne, just try to keep also the questions open to everyone so we can really hear, because that was more like a conversation between two people, was difficult to follow. Just try to keep it open. Sorry.
It's a procedure then, yes. Procedure.
Just please, if you have a comment or anything,
Cheers. Dana,
Advisory Council ESN Switzerland. So yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation. I'm really, really glad to see that now you included also the refunding of participation fee for NAs, if I correctly understood. But it wasn't really specified how it will be done, how many delegates will receive this in case that the IRO is not refunding or the section. How would it work? Which part of the budget would go? Like, would all of the delegation be refunded? Because for like huge delegation, that's a lot of budget.
Normally, it's for the travel expenses, yes, but for the participation fee, it's normally they should send an email stating this, and this will be like an official thing that they can. But in general, we will have the money to cover 2 participants. They should be, yes. Yeah, it should be. And also it's really, really nice because in Switzerland also the trains it's cheaper to travel. So that gives us an advantage also to give participation fees also to the members. And because this is what this year action plan, and because this was built on a 3-year strategy, we will want to achieve like that at the end of the 3 years, we can do as we go as we are 3 members or 3 delegates going to the international event, also 3 delegates should come from the sections. But this is
Yes. So Lucas, ESN Switzerland, about the coverage of participation fees for NL members. I see there's no increase in the budget line dedicated to national events. Does that suppose that you expect national level members not to come to NAs or not to come more than in the past? Or if not, how do you expect to cover these extra fees now that we have a bigger NL without raising the budget?
Okay. It's different sections and NL, because NL it's at the top with NL support, but national events covers also only the event. The money for the people to come for the participation fees, the travel expenses is another line of the budget that was increased already twice during this past 1 year. Actually, was raised really, really high. It went from almost none to, I think now it's 8,000 or something like 8,000. So no, this is another line, because the NA and national event, it's only the event. Also, every other expense is like if you have to buy gifts or things are other lines, but it's stated in the explanations, which I corrected. Yes.
And for the CT, I'm covered for my last question, so you can remove me from the last. Yeah, then I'm covered because that was my question. Yes, I'm Lucas. I'm still Lucas from ESN Switzerland. Just so the advisory council is also here to remind you a bit of the ESN history, because we might, as old dinosaurs, we might have gone through things long times ago. And so that's the occasion to remind you of WEP Fribourg 2018, which was 4 years ago, if my math is correct. And I saw that in your proposal for international events, there was WEP. And if you consider it like it was 4 years ago, and there are 8 countries in WEP, and I think 2 WEPs were canceled or were online because of COVID. So if I'm not mistaken, there were only 2 WEPs, physical WEPs since WEP Fribourg, which is WEP Utrecht and WEP now Ireland. So that means we did three physical WEPs ago, we organized a WEP, and 3 WEPs after, we're already organizing a WEP, even though we only 1/8 of the WEP, of the regional platform. Does that make sense? And in that sense, I want also to support more the idea of organizing community meeting, which makes more sense in terms of size and doing something new, etc.
Yeah, that was my actually first intention, to do community meeting. That's what I've been actually working on since longer time, because as we were really successful, I organized a community meeting for my community. I wanted to propose like the BFC community meeting, or eventually all the community meetings. Is also easy. It can be also easier because community meetings get it. I mean, at least talking with the IBERG, which is the national treasurer, they're more international treasurer, they are more keen to receive also international funds. That's what he said, hopefully. But yeah, so that's also something. And yes, from the start, that was it. Just web came in secondly, but in my opinion as well, it's web 2023, it might be a little bit too much. 2024 might be more reason 2025, but no, I mean, I think, yeah, but yeah, community meetings are way, way more feasible. Yes, reaction one. A community meeting is, it's depends. If you do single communities, maybe 30, 40 people. If you do all of them, it's you multiply. Basically, it's 5 communities. Yes. Reaction?
Giulio De Giudice, ESN Switzerland. No, my reaction was on the fact that also Lucas stated that there are other 6 countries, and if I remember well, also ESN Luxembourg say that maybe you could be interested. So maybe better concentrate on the community weekend and wait for our turn. Also because 8 years it's a long time, but yeah, we can wait for the other.
Yeah, I think it's really important to consult also now. I think it's a way. Reaction? Yes, sorry, mine.
Yeah, Giulio De Giudice, ESN Switzerland, still me. About the International Board Allocation Fund, my question was if there will be no one running for international board, where this fund will be allocated in supporting people from ESN Switzerland trying to achieve international level in some other position, or with another ends.
I'm lost. What line? I'm confused. If
the international board funds, the 1,000 that we allocate for no one is running.
International board. We don't allocate anything to international board. It's 0. Because if there's no one, it's 0. It's 0 now. Also because the internet, I mean, this is just to run because the international board is actually refunded by the international level. So it's just 0.
Yeah. Iside, ESN Switzerland and Lugano. About the web, I knew that the deadline was tomorrow, right? Is till tomorrow or okay, it's extended?
No, it's extended. They will extend it most likely a couple of times. But yeah, but in general, yeah.
Then I Lausanne.
Okay, thanks. Yep, that's me. I have 2 questions to close. One is more technical and the other strategic. One is about causes money. You mentioned that there will be kind of split between the causes except education because we have already enough. What happens if there are events or stuff that are going into several causes? Because causes are not like boundaries between events that we do. They can fit several. Is there a process for deciding that?
Yeah, causes normally can be even applied during like an NA. I mean, can be applied in many events you organize it. We want to promote more sections, but also anywhere you want. And normally if one line, maybe we're not gonna do so well in culture compared to sustainability. Of course, this is the budget for the team. So the budget is gonna be moved around the lines from the team. And because I have quite I'm free until a certain amount, I can also modify it like 500, 1,000. This is movable around. It's not, I don't have to consult like this. I have a small freedom myself as well when I do budgets. So yeah, this is just gonna move around the lines. Next one. Sorry.
Yep. Second one is more strategic. I mean, I saw that you already have allocated budget for Titanic Spring, and I know that there are talks ongoing about whether it should be a national event or not. If it were decided that it's not a national event, can you already like predict how the budget would be impacted? Where would the money go, etc.? Because it's an amount of money.
I think the first thing will be to see if this goes out of the national events. I had to put it because it's still a national event. If it goes out, for sure it will be amended because we want to propose like a new event as well, because many sections came with the like proposals with Easy, they like telling me about it. So I think that partially will be allocated to the new event, because for the new potential event, I just put a base money, which might be there. And then of course, this is a section and development money, so it will be redistributed within the team. And mostly it's for the sections. If it's in the section, normally stays in the sections. It's not gonna move at every another. It's done.
Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you, Elena. I believe that was it for the budget of 2023. You can put back down. If we can get the slides back on. Brilliant. So we actually have had a slight change in the agenda, which is why I'm going to ask you to vote once again. So prepare your voting devices. Oh my God, me and technology. Excellent. Brilliant. So ESN EPF Lausanne has withdrawn their application for the OC of the National Erasmus Games. Therefore, they will not be presenting their OC application. So scrutinizers, if you can come to the front, please. Second scrutinizer is not here. Thank you. Okay. Also, okay. So first of all, do you approve of this change of the agenda as it is written here? If you vote option number 1, yes, please raise your voting devices. Okay. In that case, the change of the agenda has been approved with 14 votes. Thank you. Oh my God. I will never learn. The other way around. It was right. Okay. In this case, I would like to then start the next agenda topic, which is the amendments to the action plan. And I believe the first ones to present is regarding the communication chapter, and that is Yuri. However, I believe that this person is in the other room. So if we can, oh, here? Oh, okay. I thought that's what Yas went out for. Okay, then Yuri, if you can please take the floor.
Okay, perfect. Hello. So I'm new to the national level, so I'm going to present my action plan, which means I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do in the coming year or what I'm already working on. So the first and most important thing that I want to do and that I'm already working on is set up a communication strategy. So far, we haven't had an overarching communication strategy in ESN Switzerland. It was all sort of, or it's still sort of random in terms of how we communicate. So we want to define that, and we also want to, you know, sort of set up guidelines on how to use the different channels that we have, like on social media, like Instagram, LinkedIn, and so on. And I also want to set up an annual communication timeline. So that means we just want to define when we communicate what. So it's all structured. And we will also, I will try to like distribute these tasks in the national level. So for example, if we once we have more positions filled, we can say, okay, for example, this person is responsible for communicating this. So if we have a social media officer or graphic design officer, then they are responsible for the Instagram posts, for example. So that's sort of my idea. Then I also want to work on building the community of the communication manager in the different sections. So I want to hold at least one meeting. I think that's doable. I want to support the sections if they are in need of help, if they need, for example, Adobe licenses, help with Canva, all sorts of tools that they can use to improve their communications on the local level. And so part of that will be to support at least 2 sections individually with their communications, such as, for example, ESN Zurich or another section. Then what's always part of communications is, of course, our visual identity. So I need to make sure that all of you guys, all of the local sections, stick to our visual identity, which means you have to use the logo in the correct way. You need to use our colors and so on. So I will check if you do that. I will also communicate the importance of it to the local communication managers so that they're all informed. And I will try to overlook all of the sections channels just to make sure that it's all according to our visual identity. And last point is I want to establish international connections. So ESN Switzerland hasn't been that active on the international level in terms of communications. So actually already held a call, so that's already done. That's great. With our international level, and I just want to ensure regular participation so that, you know, Switzerland is also showing its face to the international community. Cool, thanks.
Chantal, Vice on our ESN Switzerland, thank you very much for your action plan. Regarding international affairs, do you intend to maybe participate at a community weekend, like a community meeting, sorry, next year, for example? Or motivate people to participate to go there for the communication team?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I will have to see when it takes place, but of course, you know, I can also, I mean, we can also tell the local communication managers are also allowed to join, right? So, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's all about communicating what's happening, and then, you know, maybe we're also going to be represented in some sort of way.
I'm Lucas from ESN Switzerland. Thanks you for your presentation. As the head of the communication team, I would like to ask you, what is your action plan for Webmaster?
First, find one. I mean, we need to fill this position. So if you're interested in IT, you know, this position is still open. So as long as we haven't filled it, it's kind of difficult to plan ahead of time. So that's okay. We're gonna do promotion afterwards. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, in Switzerland, reaction to my previous question. It's not like you can live without webmastering. I mean, there are tasks that need to be done at every time. You need to publish DNAs. You need to give access to people. It's not like you can say, yeah, whenever someone comes, like if it was for a project, you know, you're waiting for someone to come to start a project. Here, there are operational tasks that need to be done. Who is going to do it?
I mean, I guess I have to step in if there's like necessary tasks for now. And then once we have the position filled, then that person's going to take over.
I also have a reaction. Yes, ESN Switzerland. It's also it's a reaction to what was said mostly. The webmaster position has some technical requirements. So if need be, we can also have kind of a transition with people in the national level to actually also have multiple people knowing what to do. So that's one. And two, I think the main focus in general for the webmaster this year would be the website. Because it's shit. Sorry.
I'm gonna work on that. No.
Brilliant. And that's it. Next up on the board, we have Dana from. Yes.
Hi, Dana, Advisory Council. One question regarding one point that I didn't see in your presentation. That was kind of a project from previous communication manager. It's about the web shop for goodies from ESN Switzerland and the section. So there has been this work going on for 2 years now of implementing this workshop together with Watermelon maybe or any other provider. Are you dropping that? What is kind of your strategy for that? Because you didn't address it.
So it's not a priority for the moment because we are in touch with Watermelon, but I'm not sure what the strategy is for now. I mean, we're not planning on continuing the partnership. So that needs to be set up from scratch, which is quite a lot of work. So for sure, that's like a great thing that would make a lot of sense to implement, but it's not a priority for now.
Elena, treasurer, ESN Switzerland. Actually, also we will try to implement this workshop-wise. For the workshop-wise, we are trying to do this that you just said, to have workshops. That's what you said, no? A web shop. No reaction then.
Thank you.
Juan, communication manager, ESN Lucerne. Are we considering hosting the webmaster in other domain like WordPress or something that is more user-friendly for people that doesn't have the technical knowledge? I know that there is quite a discussion, but it's simpler for some people use these things that you don't have to know how to write code or learn these things and only one person could do it. I don't know. Are we that in consideration?
Can you, I mean, what is the exact question if we want to use?
Yeah, right. Okay. The question is, right now, the domain that we are using for the web is quite close, are quite difficult to use for people that doesn't know some of the coding processes. And there is other hosting pages that we could use that are more easy, more intuitive for people. That's considered or that's possible for us or no?
Because I was webmaster last year. Yeah. So that we need what framework to use for our website. That makes sense. But 4, which is the web framework we're using at the moment, is coming to its end of life. Anyways, Satellite 5 was just released by the IB, and we need now to evaluate that 5 is on changing the framework. And as ESN Switzerland, we cannot test. First is when a product was just finished documentation. I forced it to be to try to. First, we let ESN Germany debug a Satellite 5, and then we Satellite. press or something as you would. But anyways, they would, because we need to. I mean, it's not nice and shiny GUI. So yeah, still needed technical skills.
Cool. I think that's it, right?
Thank you. Go back to your seat. Oh. Next on the agenda is to discuss the projects and causes chapter. So I'm asking Sarah and Alexia to come to the floor to present.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah. I'm this year's project manager of ESN Switzerland, and I am presenting the action plan as we didn't have one for NA3. That's why all the presented actions are newly added to the action plan. And Alexia, you want to present yourself as well?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm Alexia, and I am the Health and Wellbeing Officer from ESN Switzerland. And so it's a brand new position for this year. So.
Thank you. So we have two main topics. As I mentioned in my candidacy, I want to set up a sustainable structure of the projects that we're going to have. That's why I want to start with a general implementation of events and projects based on the causes. Gonna explain that in a minute. And the three focus causes that we chose are health and well-being, as we have Alexia here, who's taking care of this, environmental sustainability and social inclusion. Now, what is the plan for the general implementation? So we want to start tracking the current activities that we have to analyze where we have room for improvement. And then with kind of a KPI tracking, we can, over the years, see how we perform and see where we can do better, and also see where the network needs more support in sense of like training, workshops and stuff, that they are able to actually do actions on that. And I want to start also doing a guidebook and just collect data in a sense of information about events, projects that went well, just that we have like an overall overview of the resources we have. ESN Wiki has already great resources. However, they're spread all over and you need to really search for them. That's why I assume most of the members do not know all the resources that they actually have. So want to do like an overall guidebook regarding that. And also because we do not have many actions or events, yes, but actions in a consciously implement. We want to offer like materials, documents, or workshops, as there will be 2 workshops this NA regarding so the goal is, at least for our focus causes, we will give you 1 opportunity to learn about this and implement it in your section. And also give the network the practices. This is mostly about the event manager community, as there is currently no project manager community due to lack of managers. That's why this concerns mostly the event managers. Now I'm giving the word to Alexia for the health and well-being part.
Yeah. Implement. Yeah, I put this. Yeah. So yeah, as I said, it's a new position. Based on health and well-being events. I want to implement 1-2 times per semester in each section. I think contain is really big, and it could support making mindfulness everything related to health, actually. So yeah, it's really implement that kind of also raise awareness within the section about the importance of mental and physical health and its general implementation. Blurred this, you know, like mental and physical health, because healthy means you can work, you everything, but there are many ESNers here who are. So I want to raise this awareness about this. And by this, like to collaborate with association. I mean, if I take the well, to help association, and maybe we can do some collaboration. I think have some type of collaborations and brochures. I mean, the basic brochures, but I think it can to raise this awareness. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much, Alexia. There is the second part. I can do it quickly. It's about promoting safe parties and collaborating with the local sections, which goes basically into the project ESN Safe, which we would like to kind of, pick up the topic. And, yeah,
like as you said, promoting safe parties and safe events in general, because we know that parties are the events where there's a lot of potential problems, I mean, and yeah, we want to avoid this type of problem in binge drinking, drugs prevention, drugs, sexual health, harassment, and make sure people get home safely. By this, maybe, yes, provide them available resources to avoid this potential problem. I mean, maybe just like in, I say in Fribourg because we're real little section, but for example, in Geneva or Lausanne events, there are plenty of people, many people, and it's important to delegate one people or two to be in charge of this kind of problem. I mean, participants will be aware that this person is a person to tell if he or she has a problem. Well, I can't sell this, but that this person, at least one woman, because it's important to a woman can speak a woman if, for example, it's sexual harassment or something. And yeah, so now mention it and promote code of conduct. So yeah.
Okay, now we are actually coming to environmental sustainability. So here we have the toolkit, which is already in usage. We would like to evaluate it and make sure that actually the section, that it's set up in a way that the section can, that it's easy for them to use it. So we would like to keep developing that toolkit and also initiate at least one collaboration with the tourist association that focuses obviously on environmental sustainability. The goal would be to have either joint events or maybe workshops that could be held by these people, and also promote environmental sustainability, sustainable lifestyle in a way that the volunteers and it in their section, also maybe in their personal life, but also promote it to the international students. So there would be the idea that to promote or give them ideas on what could be an environmental sustainable lifestyle during their mobility, which could be part of the survival guide, for example. By the way, yeah, for environmental sustainability officer, if this is a topic that speaks to your heart, please apply for the position, or if you know someone. Yeah, because that would help us to actually implement this, because it would be great to have a person on this topic. And lastly, social inclusion. Here I would like to, we already have guidelines on ESN Wiki, but I would like to make it more approachable for our sections. There will be a workshop later about this, and just to make sure that every section is aware of what they can do, that their events are actually inclusive, so that they know about the resources, and obviously promote it to the higher educational institutions, that they as well put in the information on the inclusive mobility website, just that we have kind of both approaches. We promote that the events or the lifestyle is inclusive for everyone during mobility, but also actually for before they come up to mobility, that they can inform themselves everything. So this is also an important part. Has been initiated already at NA3 Lugano, I guess, but yes, let's keep working on this one. Yes, oh, now I think questions first, right?
Okay, so before opening the speakers list, again, I will remind you so question as well as answer and type, because agenda time, and also if your question be a little bit more elaborate or spike up our discussion, I'm recommending that you bring the discussion to the coffee break. That's the coffee break is not break before. So please, concise, effective, let's do it that way. Speakers list is open. The speakers list is open. Who would like to get to the speakers list? Yeah, I didn't want to scare people. Brilliant. This is making our life much easier for the agenda. What happened? Would you like to get to the speakers list? Correct. Please come forward. Come forward. If the person who would like to ask a question can come forward, that would be very much appreciated. Then it's take a coffee break. That is also lovely. Brilliant. In that case, thank you so much for presenting. Wait, if everybody can just wait, please. We just need an announcement. Please wait. We are still 10 minutes late, so please keep that at 11:30 or okay, so 11:30. Everybody, please back in the plenary room. Thank you. The coffee break will take place in front of the C106, it's just like this, and this way. Yeah. And there are people there. If you have a match for the coffee, you can take it. I will have a match. So, okay. There is some vegan food with cinnamon, orange juice.
If you need to.
So I have one question. I don't know who is responsible for like the participant and who's on the right. There's this girl from Ukraine. Just because I never saw her, I don't know who.
I know, no, I read here yesterday as well.
I like once she stopped texting me, so I was like, I just went off.
No, no.
Okay. A different way to ask the pilot. Okay. Okay, everybody, thank you for being back. We firstly have an OC announcement. Oh, it's
Okay, no, I don't know if you need it, but what, so just to know for the lunch, you need to have a Tupperware with you. Who didn't bring a Tupperware to eat lunch? Yeah, there is in the bag, yeah. But who doesn't have one? Okay. 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 And the of the pastries from the coffee break, or if you after when you go to take as much as you want, because for the next coffee breaks there will be also some other pastries. So yeah, just go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well then, without further ado, everybody's favorite part of the NAs, which is, can you please press on the slide so I can click them? Yes, Energizer, and the Energizer will be led by Youssef this time.
Okay, let's see if we can do this quick short and get you a bit moving. I think most of you know the game of stand up. You know, they're stand up. So I'm gonna say a random statement. If you agree, you stand up. Obviously, I'm not gonna judge you. I'll try not to, but we'll see, right? All right, let's put on some music. Huh?
Okay. I hope that that has energized you lots. Laura, if you can maybe click on the slide so I can get control of them. Excellent. Next up on the agenda will be the national board updates. And this session will essentially, it's a small session, so you'll break off with each of the national board members so that you can see what they have been up to. And I see that this will last 45 minutes. So we are going to...
So since we have 7 national board members, we are going to split in 7 teams. We have, I think, 8 families. So 2 families go together. No, wrong. Or you do it, yeah, you do the update on your own, or you do with education. Okay, then we have 6 groups. So 2 families go together. Please find yourself in the families. The family, Abba family comes here. I need the name of all the family. Abba family, please come to the front. Can you, yeah, can you share or just tell me the names? That's okay. Legos. Okay, so Abba family, you go with Yuri to the room next door. You have 5 minutes, as I wrote to all the NL members. Then we have Finnish sauna addicts. Finnish sauna addicts, where are you? Hello? Finnish sauna addicts. No one here from them? Wait, this is not correct. Okay, the 2 top ones are... Okay. Yeah, you go with Zara and Alexia. Where's Alexia? You 2 go together. You go also to the room next door, 5 minutes, and then you switch with Yuri. So because like each of them go to all of us. Okay. Then we have Santa Claus Village. Where's Santa Claus Village? We do the 3 of us together. You go with the NR and Vice NR, also to the next room. And you, after 5 minutes, you take you take communication. You switch first in this room, and then the last one has to come here, yeah. All right. Then we have the Nordic mythology group. Where are you? And there's how many more? Yeah, what number is it for the song? Just the room next door. Yeah. So here we have Nordic mythology. Please also Danish Lego come to the front. You go with education. Then we have Elena. Then we have Vikings and Norwegian Fisher Gang. You go with Badis and Elena. And you education. Can you kind of do it here, or you want to go in the hall? Because if we move too far to the room, then we need too much time. You go in the hallway, and after 5 minutes, the group comes back in here. Then we have it's updates. This group over here, you go with Elena. You stay there in the back or somewhere, or you want to go out to another room? I wanted to have the last two here. Okay, perfect. We stay here. You stay here, and then the rest you come to me. Eleanor is Norwegian Fisher Gang and Vikings. Yes. So do you want to be in front? I can be in the front and then we switch. Perfect. I turn off the sound.
can you check whenever you have been published? Manufactured solutions. You want to see that be able.
Can't hear you.
Oh.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
I'm like getting super.
Once you get lunch, we'll see if we can get you one.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Okay, excellent. Thank you, everybody. Okay, well, welcome back. Then without any further ado, I will give the floor to Oliver for his candidate presentation.
Can you guys hear me all good? Yes, no? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
perfect. Okay, I wasn't sure. Well then, I shall begin. So yeah, hello everyone. So first off, before I begin my presentation, I have something from the Scandinavian sections. Why does it not go to? No? Okay. So yeah, there is something that I saw in the title of your NA that we found very disturbing. And that is Finland is not part of the Scandinavia. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And that was the end of my presentation. So yeah, some memes to make you remember Scandinavia and Nordic countries, not the same thing. Scandinavia, Peninsula, Finland is, yeah, not Scandinavia. Some more memes because no such thing as too many memes. So who am I outside of ESN? Because some people do have lives outside of ESN. I was born in Switzerland. I moved to Hungary, then back to Switzerland, then to Italy, then to Canada, then to Switzerland, and now I'm doing an exchange in Norway. I'm in my last year of the mechanical engineering bachelor in Lucerne at the HSLU. I'm doing my exchange in Trondheim at NTNU. Yeah, it's very nice. And I'm part, why does it, okay. And I'm part of Vortex in NTNU, and we build U-boats and boats that can drive autonomously and do things for the oil industry and gas pipelines and things like that. Yeah, and otherwise I enjoy spending time outside with things like hiking, running, road biking, gravel biking, mountain biking, sailing, and many more activities. Some pictures from Norway, flexing a bit of aurora lights, and kayaking in Lofoten. And then who am I in ESN? I joined ESN last summer, so I've been a bit more than a year in ESN. My first event was the community weekend in Rigi. So yeah, that's basically, I already was part of the cult before it even began. I am currently sort of the kind of the treasurer of ESN Lucerne, but not fully. So yeah, I am oh my God, I am subject of many memes, mostly with Yusuf and Hassam, because yeah, I do some serious stuff in ESN. For example, here at the BFCH community meeting, I had a presentation with Daniele, the old treasurer of Lugano, about treasure things. I've been at a lot of NAs and CVs and even EGM, which was very fun. I am also a professional mascot stealer. I have stolen many mascots, my favorite one being Gigi. That is probably my biggest coup. And another meme, because yeah. What have I done in ESN other than stealing mascots? I have been the head of finance in a lot of big events, like the Lugano Halloween weekend, the NEG last year, and cabin weekends of ESN Lucerne. And I've also done lots of little things like hike city tours, indoor skydiving, welcome weeks, and yeah. Why do I want to become auditor? I really enjoy the financial work of ESN, and I also want to see how they do it on the national and international level. And I think the local treasurers can learn a lot from that. I also want to help out in the BFCH community because it's the best one, and just, yeah, help Elena whatever she needs. And I'd also like to get insight into future national board or national level positions that maybe would interest me and I would maybe candidate for in the future. But the most important reason why I want to become auditor is to spend more time with these people. And because, yeah, that's what actually makes ESN fun. And yeah, so I just found some of the best pictures I have from my time in ESN and put them in here. And I would also like to become a pain in the ass like Yusuf is here in this picture to the national board, because, oh, you're delayed. Oh, well, oh, yeah. And some more pictures and another meme. Because it's, oh, it's super delayed. Let's wait. Come on. And lastly, before I finish, a big thanks to Elena and the big leagues for their support and motivation for me to become better at ESN and the ESNer, and to always believe in me and yeah, allowing me to become auditor, hopefully. Yeah, that was it. And now I await your questions.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Okay, yes. Oliver, can you please stop sharing your screen?
Yeah.
So that then we can put the speakers list, because you might get some questions. On that note, I'm opening the speakers list. Thank you, Oliver, once again for your presentation. The speakers list is open. Do we have any questions? Yes, Elena, we have a question, speakers list. You can go. Come to.
Oh boy.
Okay. Can I start? Yeah. Okay. I mean, what? Yes, yes. Elena, yes, Elena, ESN Switzerland treasurer. I mean, I want to thank him for applying for sure, because it's really important to me, and also for having all of these beautiful pictures of me and acknowledging me. I think it's, yeah, I'm really grateful. Okay, the question is because there have been also many different ways of handling the auditing, and also last year we saw that like Badis and Danielle had 2 ways of handling the budget. What will be your way?
I think I'm probably gonna unite the 2 versions that they used and make one that is both efficient and also easy to use, and so that we have a good overview and then give a nice presentation at the end like they did. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
I'm really glad to see that you finally made it to the national level, maybe soon. Dana Mozaffari Advisory Council. I would have one question for you. Dana Mozaffari, AC. Yeah. Again? One question I would have for you is also something that we discussed with the advisory council from last year, is that the budget of ESN Switzerland is really growing a lot. And we need to ensure that there is like a proper audit of that budget, just also externally to be compliant with anything else. And I mean, by Swiss law, usually it's recommended to have at least 2 financial auditors and people verifying the accounts per association. Of course, we can't enforce that, and you're the only one candidating. So I already did thanks for that. But what would you do in the future to ensure also that together with the treasurer, there will be enough control over the budget, especially since it's growing that much?
I mean, obviously just be as precise in everything as we can, but also in our future community meetings, maybe see if someone wants to candidate for auditors and also really push it. And yeah, just grow the BFCH community as a whole. And so I think by next year, we wouldn't even have a problem of having more than 2 applications.
I mean, how can I say that? But I'm gonna react. I'm not gonna ask the questions, yes, because it covered basically was because he's going alone now. So the reaction is also we're gonna start looking with the community, and we're gonna do like feedbacks and understand what can we do, and for also external auditor, because this is something that it was not done before. It's only internal for the moment. So that's what we are looking for as the budget increases. So it was more a question to me than to him, because, and as the budget is increasing, we want to go forward. That's also will be one thing that we need to consider external auditor. But for internal, yes, and we will promote it now in community meeting for BFCH, which will be on Monday, which I need to communicate to the team. To everyone. But yeah, so this and yeah, for sure a second, because we need to have a second auditor. It's really for me it's mandatory in general.
No, yeah, okay, brilliant. Well then, in that case, I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Brilliant, we're getting right back on time. That makes me incredibly happy. Excellent. In that case, the speakers list is closed, and thank you, Oliver.
Yeah, my pleasure, and see you in February, most of you. Bye-bye. Enjoy the warm weather in Switzerland.
Brilliant. Excellent. Do we go back to the slides for the next presentation? Brilliant. Then without any further ado, I am inviting the candidate alumni coordinator, David, to present. Two years. So keep that in mind during David's presentation.
That is not my presentation, or at least not the one I have. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. So it's just for the. Okay. So hi, my name is David. Some of you may already know me. I've been here for quite a while, kind of part of the old farts now. I'm from ESN Lausanne. Been almost for 5 years at ESN VPFL. And I am the current captain of Titanic Lamanique, but we'll talk about that later. I graduated in computer science last year. And now I work at Swisscom as a data engineer. To talk about a bit of my ESN career. So I've been event manager for 2 years as a specifically party manager. I've done a lot of NAs as a technical chair. Yeah, quite a tough work. Congratulations to you. And I did the Titanic team 3 times. So a big task, a whole year task. Many OCs, including this one, which I'm very proud of because we had a lot of fun. And done quite a lot of engineering work tasks for my own section and a bit for ESN of Switzerland. Actually, look back here.
Right now, I am informally responsible for all the alumni archiving tasks for Lausanne. We don't have a specific position for that, but it's kind of a task I assumed because I wanted to do it and I enjoyed it very much. And I wanted to specifically talk about what I've done on the side of Lausanne for this, because I've been conducting a project regarding alumni and archives since 2020, because during COVID, I was stuck at home and I had absolutely nothing to do except my master's, but who studies anyway? And basically, since I was quite old in the section already, I knew quite a lot of folks that other people did not. And I just started casually talking to them and they started telling me stories. And I was like, huh, there's probably a lot of stuff that we don't know that would be interesting to know. And so it went from a couple of conversations to sifting through 26 years of history of our section. I spent the last 2 years doing that and I'm not done yet. And basically, I tried to trace as many people as possible and contact them and ask them if they were interested to share a bit of their history. And pretty much all of them did and wanted to share. It was very interesting. I met the people who founded our sections over 25 years ago, and they were very happy to tell their stories too. They were happy to see how things have changed. I've been able to gather just countless artifacts, countless documents. I have tons of crap at home that I have no idea what I'm going to do with. Basically, the ultimate goal of this is at the same time to construct a historical memo of our section, all the interesting stuff combined into one document, and to eventually organize an event for all ESN Lausanne alumni, which is something that is in the works, but I want to do this well. So I'm taking quite a lot of time to do that. So yeah, for this research, there's not only countless amounts of digital stuff that you collect here, there's almost 100 gigabytes of stuff that all years have given me, just tons of things I had to code to kind of clean up old Excel files and stuff. But it was quite fun. Tons of artifacts, tons of stuff. There's way more in that box, by the way. I couldn't spread it all out. And of course, tons of interviews, 60 interviews, almost 100 pages of notes and lists of people. I can't even remember all of them anymore. And but I found that very interesting, and I've learned a lot about our section. And this is why I would be very interested to be able to do the same for ESN Switzerland, because as a matter of fact, it's hard to do research about ESN Lausanne without learning a lot about ESN Switzerland. And plenty of our alumni have been very, very, very invested, even contributed to the creation of ESN Switzerland and had a lot of stuff to tell about it. Oops. And yeah, to me, it's only natural to step this to the next level a bit and make it official. And so to me, the three main things that I think would make sense to do in my 2-year mandate would be, first of all, I'm going to go out of order here, but first of all, to extend the research efforts I'm making to the national level. That doesn't mean doing it for every section, but rather to do it mainly for Switzerland, to be able to spread the knowledge about other sections I know to them, and to be able to help eventual people who might be interested to do the same for their own section, to give them the tools, to give them a guidance, to just help them conduct the same stuff for their own sections. Second of all, yeah, I think it would be great for former members to be able to get in touch more easily, especially if we organize events for alumni. There's lots of them that would be interested to join us if they had the opportunity to. And I think it all comes down to having a way to contact us that is easily found, that is easy to use, and yeah, as little headache as possible. And finally, I think it is only fair that we should have something that's been talked about for a long time, which is an event, a gathering event for ESN Switzerland alumni. I don't know in what shape yet. I don't know in what time frame yet, but that would be something that would have to be talked about with different sections, with the national level, what they are interested to have, what they would be interested to do, in what time frame, of what scale. But I think it is something that, regardless of what form it's going to take, should happen at some point. Yes, and of course, I mean, there's still duties aside from the alumni stuff, and I am also, of course, ready to conduct those. Yes, so I want to address the elephant in the room because I've listed a lot of stuff that I already do, and the only question that's fair is, don't you have a lot to do already? Which is true. Now, I would like you to consider the following. First of all, there are 2 years for this position. So to me, the way I see it is 1 year to prepare, 1 year to do. You know, it implies, you know, seeing what sections are interested to have, what they would like me to do. And in the second year to be able to roll out these projects, roll out these ideas, whether it be the event, whether it be the contact channel, whether it be, I mean, the research would be something that kind of goes all the time, but yeah. I am responsible for the Titanic cruise. I hope to see you all there. But once that is done, I will have no more ESN engagements, and that is a pledge I make because I've had the habit of doing a lot of stuff in ESN. But for a while now, I've been, okay, now we don't take new stuff anymore. We just close what's left and we move on. So that's the idea for me right now. Also, many of these tasks that I'm doing for the alumni research don't take me a lot of energy. There's stuff that I do more for fun. It's not something I put other stuff aside for. It's, you know, it's just something I do in my free time whenever I feel the wish to. Of course, this is not like a national level position. I mean, not a national board position. So I think, you know, not a workload that's going to ruin me anyway. And yeah, just in general, ESN is a hobby to me, and I sacrifice other things for it. I'm not adding this to the pile of things I do. It's just, you know, it becomes the main thing. So to me, it's good. Where should I point it? Yeah, okay. So yeah, just to summarize, lots of knowledge already, the technical skills that go with it to make this work. I have my contact book already of all the alumni, so you know the work is already partially done. Yeah, just a little head starts. And for me, you know, doing this work as I'm about to become an alumni myself, well, that's a bit of closure, and that's pretty much how I see this position, because this would be the last thing that I do in ESN. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, David. Lovely presentation. Now I'm going to reopen the speaker list. So the questions for may add to
Okay, I can already start.
I would like to remind you once again to take more questions here.
I wrote it down, don't worry. Okay. Hi everyone, Jas from ESN Switzerland. Thank you very much for your presentation and your candidacy. I have a question about the work of the alumni coordinator in the advisory council. How do you envision this work in the future? Do you think that it's relevant still that the alumni coordinator is in the advisory council, or should the person as alumni coordinator focus more on alumni and coordinate with advisory council if there's anything that comes up?
So when I first learned about, So when I first learned about the alumni coordinator position, I found it odd that it was in the advisory council. I didn't really understand why. But I mean, in a way, when I saw what the advisory council's job is, which is, you know, to help transmit knowledge to next generations in the national level, I guess it's only makes sense that the person whose eyes are supposed to be on the stuff that happened before is part of the team that's supposed to push stuff forward. So I don't see it as a problem, especially since the advisory council is not, I mean, it's not a task that's comparable to the main national board positions in terms of workload. I think I don't see it as a problem, and I wouldn't advocate for this to change, unless of course people said, oh, we need to change that, but I don't think these two things collide with each other.
Yes, thank you very much for your response. I think in general, the work of the advisory council is very relevant when the person in the advisory council has been on the national level before. And I think for me, it makes sense that the alumni coordinator actually is in contact with the advisory council, because you transmit the knowledge from the alumni. but I think we should define more what the alumni coordinator is doing in this context then. Another reaction.
I don't know the difference between reaction and comment. So reaction should be a comment. Okay, so my reaction is
I'm sorry.
Welcome to DNA, everyone.
No, not even not enough experience. Sorry. Name yeah, Lucas from Advisory Council. So I would like to react on this discussion on the role of the alumni coordinator within the Advisory Council. I think it's good as it is now because people can decide. I mean, the three members of the Advisory Council can organize themselves as they want. We saw last year we had Theo as an alumni coordinator, which was very much a profile to advise and to give reaction, give feedback to the national board. In the case of Rezan, it's less the case, as you correctly say, yes, because he doesn't have experience in the national board. So it's not really his your cup of tea, let's say. And
interested,
yeah,
but I haven't been part of it.
and now in the other sense, it's cool. So it's good to be free to organize ourselves as we want, I think. And also, it's cool that we're on the same team because otherwise, as an advisory council, we don't have any practical stuff to do. We don't have events to organize, and we are more than glad to do something concrete and to help you set up, let's say, the alumni event. Very often, the advisory council is all people that also know these alumni, so it makes sense. And for you, it can be interesting to get to be in close contact with the national board, thanks to the advisory council.
Dana, AC. Maybe one quick comment again about that. It's not a fixed structure. So if there is the need, we can add one more AC member, like a proper AC member, and then you can focus more on the alumni coordinator part. But I mean, we don't have to do it that way because it's that way.
I think the people who have questions forward.
Hello, so Arnaud, Arnaud's ESN Switzerland. I have a question regarding the sections. So you talked a lot about Lausanne, but how do you see yourself collaborating with the other sections? Do you plan on doing concrete events or to move to other sections to meet the people?
So this question, I think the advisory part and advisory council also applies. I think that there needs to be an interest in a section to do these kinds of things. Like, I don't think it makes sense that I go to a section and say, hey, you have to look into your alumni now. It's just that doesn't work. To me, I think the way I see it is more, if you are interested in doing alumni research / alumni event in your section, you come to me and I can help you. I can just give you tools, give you guidance, and just show you kind of the way to do it. I can, to a certain degree, assist you, but I think the request still needs to come from the sections. I think it's normal because otherwise I have to go do the job for 14 different sections. Yeah. So. It's kind of hybrid. There needs to be an interest, and I can help complete with tools, etc. Once the request has been made. I don't know if that answers.
Yeah, that answered the question. Thank you.
Lucas from Advisory Council. So my question goes exactly in this direction. So you said you would help the maybe assist the section managing the alumni, but you as alumni coordinator, the event that you're gonna organize, what kind of alumni community will it target? How do you define the audience that you want to?
So now you're talking about a cross-section event, right?
Like for your activities that you are gonna implement as an alumni coordinator, what is the audience that you target?
Oh, sorry.
So, for example, I wouldn't go to ESN Luzern and say, hey, you need to organize an ESN Luzern alumni event. For me, the initiative I'm taking is to organize something for Swiss alumni. And then if other if other sections want to have their own specific stuff, then we can talk about their own specific stuff. But I would say for the alumni of Switzerland,
to me, it's important that regardless, we try to target as many alumni as possible. I think it's just only fair that we do the necessary work to find the contacts of maybe not all, but as many people as we can. It's easier than you think, actually. And so that's a good question. I mean, for me, like the people we would have absolutely need to get into touch with would be just anybody that has been involved at the national level to some degree in the past. Just finding everyone for all sections, I mean, just unrealizable. And anyway, I would say that the feeling I've had so far by talking to former people, to former member of ESN, is in general, people who have not been involved with the national level to some degree, that we don't really like, if we don't really see their names associated with that, generally they will not necessarily be interested in meeting all these other people, because they're just going to be, I never met these people, they didn't have anything to do with me. But you know, I mean, to me, that's how I see it. It's like, you know, for Lausanne, some people were asking me, oh, but are you sure you want to do an event only for Lausanne? Don't you want to do it for invite all the Swiss former members as well? And you know, the response I had from that is just, you know, for many former Lausanne people, they just didn't care at all about meeting people from, you know, Winterthur 20 years ago or something. Like they're just like, we didn't have anything to do with them. So yeah, I can, I don't know if that, yeah.
Yeah. Short question, hopefully. Yeah. Yes, it's in Switzerland. So my question is about the contact channel that you've been talking about. So far, we have Facebook and emails for alumni. Do you think you want to continue in that direction? And do you want to continue with the alumni newsletter that Theo put in place that is not really working so much?
I think there needs to be a lot of brainstorming on there needs to be a lot of brainstorming on how we do this. I don't have a concrete solution yet. I think Facebook is not the solution because people just drop Facebook. It's just, yeah. To me, that's not like a future-proof way of getting in touch. I don't have an exact way yet. I think at some point having like us initiating contact with former members once we have enough names and enough contact information would make sense in order to at least set up something. But then how it would take form, I would say maybe LinkedIn would be a right way to approach it. And a newsletter, yes, not a too high frequency. But I think actively getting in touch with people would make sense to make that work.
Dana AC covered by yes.
Oh, wow. Covered by yes. Lucas, Advisory Council. So in the past, there's been some work done in the cause of employability and skills by Armand as a informal alumni coordinator. And I think it brings also lots of value to the network to show it also as a professional networking network, so that you can maybe make contacts so that you can get a job after your studies, maybe a student job or something like that. Do you plan to do any activities in this field?
To do activities in this field. Yeah, I mean, of course, to me, managing a LinkedIn page would be, I mean, it's, yeah. I mean, to me, it would be obvious to be doing that. Yeah, I don't know. As soon as you establish this contact between current and former members, especially if we do events where people actually meet, I think it will only naturally come out of that. That's, you know, professional relationships and the job opportunities will arise. I don't have much more to add on that. It's just, to me, it's part of it. Yes.
Laura, Vice President ESN Switzerland. Thank you for your application. I wanted to ask you about a topic that we also addressed last year with Theo. That was that we would really like to have alumni attending our events, for example, NNA, or even as a team, the Swiss Train Rally, as an example. How would you try to approach the alumni in this case, that they come, maybe give a workshop or a presentation or something? Because as far as you can see, it's not working.
So the way I would do it is I talked about the fact that we would be actively contacting former members. As part of this contact, one of the questions would be, would you want to be part of a short list of people who we can contact more regularly to offer attendance to events? And so to me, that would be the way to do it. We just have a short list of people who are interested, and we just send them an email or something every time. I don't know, every half a year saying, yeah, these are the things that you can attend to. Please get in touch if you want, and you will get a privileged spot. There you go.
Yes, you can. Thank you once again for your presentation. Now we will have the workshop sessions, but before the workshop session, there are a couple of announcements. So first, I would like to invite the OC to make the announcement about lunch. Because from experience, I know you're going to go to workshops and then immediately you're going to want to have lunch. So let's firstly hear something about that first. You don't need this because it's not.
Okay. Okay, so for lunch, please take your stuff with you. So your Tupperware is really important because you don't have that in paper. So bring your, and there will be no one in the room during lunch. So don't let your computer here, because it's not that safe. So better to take it with you. And during lunch, if you didn't say yes to the event, there will be the printer of the event at the lunch place. So please try to pay free if you don't need it, or do it online or somehow. Please pay. So we don't need to go to you during the whole event. And last thing, yeah, the place is pretty far away. It's like by walk 15 minutes. So just keep that in mind. Go there and come back. There is subway every 10 minutes. And you might be 13, 23. Go there and go back.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So yes, please, just a reminder once again, please, everybody pay your fees because you don't want to anger your national board. Before we go off to the workshops, we will just have Elena represent the distribution and clarify a little bit on how the workshop process will go.
Okay. So I just want to present you this. So this, yeah, I don't know if you see it too well, but in general this year we, yes. Yes, can you make it bigger? Yeah, I mean, so basically, for this NA, the workshops, we decided to structure it a little bit, and we decided to basically they will be divided in 3 groups. So in 3 will be for section development and well-being, 3 for mobility and employability, and 3 for event management and project and projects in general. So you will have basically these are workshops on the topic, and for the first round you will have A1, A2, A3. So they go in this direction, and you will have also when they're taking place. For the next sheet, yeah. You can just put the first, yes, the next sheet, and then the first, yeah, exactly. So here, we might want to share this, I think. Yeah, we will share this. Basically, you have, for all the 3 workshop sessions, you have the names of the people. This is from when you register. So please respect the list, because that's what actually you selected. If someone didn't select any workshop, please try to go to the ones that have less participants, also to make it easier for the trainers not to have so many participants. So please, but in general, there will be around 60 participants normally. Yeah, but please, eventually for today, just go to the one they have the least, but it's quite equally. So you can just equally distribute yourself. But for the other 2 workshop sessions, please come to me, and then we can assign you, and you can also tell me what to prepare if you haven't read. But for today, I think you can just for this one, and we will send you right now in the room. Okay. And you have the title of the workshop, the person that is going to the workshop, the number of the room. The rooms are like 120, 114, and 180. Because they all when you got coffee break. So basically, the first room is 120, the second room is 114, the first is 180. I think. I remember the name. The number. Yeah. So
I will help you. Okay. Huh? Oh. Back. Is the live on? Yeah. We are a bit late now, but we try to hurry up this afternoon. We are bringing forward an amendment to the Swiss event policy paper. To the ones that were at NA3, we did a really big amendment for NA3 that was accepted, but we actually realized that there was one misunderstanding. So we would like to correct this misunderstanding. And therefore, I can actually not go for it. Yes, so what we like to change, actually back to how it was before, is the participation fee for the board support. But there's one exemption. So at the moment in the SEPP, it's written that the whole participation fee for national board and board support has to be covered by the event budget. Due to the fact that the national board support is growing because we opened a lot of more positions, it would actually mean that these positions all need to be covered, which would be quite a lot. And for some sections, it would actually not be possible. Therefore, we would like to go back to how it was before, so that only 50% is covered by the event budget. The other 50%, though, we would cover by of ESN Switzerland. This would be something new, except the NAM position, because the NAM has the responsibility, or one of the tasks of the NAM is to actually organize this event together with the OC. So it does make sense that the NAM can go for free to this event and is included with the rest of the 7 board members in the event budget. The 50% that is covered by the event budget of ESN Switzerland would be transferred by the treasurer to the section. So this is actually like going back to 50% only be covered by the event budget is what would be actually how it was before we did the amendment. Are there any questions to this? Or is it clear what I just said? It's actually an advantage for the sections because you would need to have to cover less. Okay, if there are no questions, then thank you. There is the question. Yeah, do you have a question to it? Or do you want to say something to it? Okay, please come to the front. So Dana. Speakers list is open in that case.
Dana, AC, ESN Switzerland. I understood that this is to correct a mistake that was done in the previous amendment, but I think that we should still maybe discuss to amend it or for the next time, because the problem is that now we have a lot of BS member and the cost has to be carried by the OC of the event. And while maybe for a larger section, it's easy to reimburse to the 50% of the cost of all the BS members that would come, maybe for a smaller budget, it would be very difficult to cover everyone. Just a point.
Yes, that's correct. We already discussed this also in the board. So we probably bringing forward another amendment at the next NA. But for now, we would like to at least correct it so that actually Lausanne doesn't have to pay the full part. This is the reason why we bring it in. It would be still possible, but time-wise, it was not possible to actually write everything for us. So we didn't do it. We only did this part. And yes, it's totally correct. It also depends. I mean, for this NA, you actually see except 2 people, no, one person, everyone from the NL here, which is quite amazing, but it might not happen every time. So it can be also that only the national board is here and no board support. And in that case, it would also be different because then, of course, no one would be needed to be covered by any event budget. But yeah, there would be the possibility to amend this until midnight, if I meant to. Yeah, anyone can amend anything until midnight by writing an email to the board and the chairing team. And if you need help with writing an amendment, you can also come and ask about this. So. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you for being concise. Okay. Well. Okay, next on the agenda, we have the topic by David Titanic Lemanique. Hope I pronounced that correctly.
All right. Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, hi again, everyone. Getting at the end of 6 months of work, so I'm happy we're getting there. Okay. Yes, all right. So we're going to talk about Titanic Lemanique today. Oh, there's transitions. What? Okay, that wasn't supposed to be here. All right. So yeah, the PDF was much better. Whatever. So just as a short introduction, again, I am David. I am the EPFL captain of Titanic. Captain is just the name we use for head of OC. Tamara is the one from ESN UNIL. She's not here today. We are working together on absolutely everything. And we both have been working on Titanic in one way or another for 5 years. So just, sorry. Today is not an explanation again, it's a summary of what we talked about at the community weekend and what are the measures we are taking out of it. I'm just going to talk about the problem very quickly again. That was the problem, you know, the Erasmus of Lausanne are unhappy because they don't get a lot of spots. The ESNers that come to the event are not happy because they don't get a lot of spots. And there's a ton of people here that we just include there, and there's no solution out of this. So the solution we are proposing is that we are removing the external participants, giving more spots to the ESNers, giving more spots to the Erasmus from Lausanne, and everybody is hopefully happy. The exact changes we are proposing, so the 2 points I just covered. Now we are adding the direct cooperation with the national event manager, as has been requested for a long time. This is going to become official and be done every single time from now on. We will write clear guidelines for Titanic in the Swiss event policy papers so that we can enshrine the changes we are making here and making it harder for potential rogue future captains from ruining all the hard work we've been doing here, right? Our goal is that these rules stay in place and that everybody gains from them on the long term. What doesn't change is Titanic remains a national event. We will explain why in a short moment. And the thing that we remove is the participation of non-Lausanne Erasmus. Key arguments. Why keep Titanic as a national event? There are two things. Again, first of all, is that if it's not a national event, we cannot write rules about it in the Swiss event policy papers. So that is pretty important. And second is that it is clear, and we want to make it clear that the changes we are applying here are not to put distance between the national level and Lausanne. We are just changing the contract, if you want. But we want to make it clear that the link is still there. And second of all, why rules in the set for Titanic? So, as I said before, we want these changes to be permanent and to be future-proof. And we want to make it sure that in many years, there will still be spots, again, for the sections on the event, okay? And yeah, just to make these rules last on the long term. The indirect benefits, well, ESN Switzerland will save some money, and we think this is important. I have been arguing for a long time that the money that ESN Switzerland puts into this event does not benefit them in any major way, and I think it could be better invested. So ESNCH will save a lot of money. We end a conflict that has been lasting for 7 years and that I'm personally very tired of, because there's just no solution out of it without making these drastic changes. And finally, our team sleeps better at night because this takes up a lot of our time and energy. Yes, so the key arguments for these changes, as explained in the community weekend, the boat doesn't get bigger every year. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. The external participants are a financial risk, as we have experienced this year. I think I do not need to go over that again because we are still dealing with the fallout from this. 300 spots for the 800 plus Erasmus students from Lausanne, plus all the people that are not technically on Erasmus, that kind of are, is way too low, and just the complaints are constant. And we feel that advertising such a big event for so long for these people and then delivering a mere 300 spots is not very fair from us. The Swiss ESN present matters a lot to us. We want you to still be at the event, and we want more of you to come to the event, because in my experience, we have been constantly denying spots to the ESN members because we had to make room for the external Erasmus To us, again, that's not fair to us because year after year, many of your sections were complaining about the amount of spots for your members, and we think we need to fix that. As I said again, the ESN money can be better spent. This has been dragging on for 7 years again, and to us, it is just unacceptable to cover our eyes and just say, oh, the next ones will fix it. We want to fix it now, and we want to fix it well. Oh. The verdict at the community weekend was that COVID created a huge information gap. Very few of us have experience of the event. Just in Lausanne, it's like 4 people have been on the event. The sections knew overall very little about the event. People generally agreed that the in-depth information was welcome. I encourage you to check the presentation again if you have not. We had a long Q&A session, which cleared up a lot of the blur we had. There was generally overwhelming support for the measures, I mean, for the arguments we pushed before. And yeah, again, you are encouraged to check the slides. So what happens now? The budget can be amended until tonight at midnight. What we suggest is that everything is done at NE2 because there might be a wish for ESNCH to still leave some money for you as participants to come to reduce your price. This is not for us to decide. And since we might not have time to do this well, we suggest we do this at NE2 because in any case, at NE2, we will have to vote for new Swiss event policy papers changes, which we did not have time to do appropriately today. We want to have time to do this well again. We're still okay to amend today and then amend again at NE2 if you prefer that way. It doesn't really matter to us because in any case, this money did not go to us. It went to the people who came to reduce their price. So for us, it's not a real change. If you want more details, we have now 10 minutes of question time. The presentations are on the group. You can ask people who were at the community weekend, and you can even ask me directly anytime of this weekend. It's fine. I am up to talk about that to clear as many misunderstandings as possible. And now we can have some questions.
Yes, and I think you want to keep the
Yes.
Okay, we are opening the speaker list.
Oh, you say 5 minutes.
First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. Secondly, the speaker list is open. Please raise your hand if you want to be added to the speaker list.
Hello, does this work? Yes.
Just recording.
I just recorded. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so Lucia, ESN Switzerland. I have a question. I think it's less towards you, but more towards NEM, Vice President, whatever. My question is, how can we still consider this a national event when it doesn't include Erasmi from all the sections?
I have an answer to that.
Okay.
Community weekend is a national event. Sorry. Community weekend is a national event, and as far as I know, there are no Erasmus people there, so I don't think this collides. I was saying that as far as I know, community weekend is a national event to which no Erasmus people attend. No, then I was lied to. Yes.
You want to say something? The comment, yes. No, just to answer. Yes, no, it's not. A community weekend is normally considered as like a community meeting, and it's as also a different line in the budget. The national events, as presented also in the budget, include only NEG, Swiss Train Rally, and Titanic for now, and potentially a new event for next year.
Giudice ESN Switzerland, I think could be considered as a local event with a national character. And basically that is not anymore a national event. It's a local level with national character. At least this is how in other countries they call it.
Because just to reiterate to us, what is important is that we can set rules about it so that it's clear for the future. So I don't know if it's possible to have writings about it in the policy papers if it's not a national event. From what I understood, it was not. But if we could find a way to make that work, because I think it benefits all of us. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I'm very, I like the solution, but I just don't see how we can still call it a national event.
It was. I'll leave
Yeah, just a reaction to this. So for Axel, ESN EPFL, for me, a national event is more a way to connect section together. And by bringing more ESNer to the event, for me, it makes it even more a national event. In my opinion, that's what it was before.
Reaction. Also, just a reminder, please don't make it a conversation. Yes. So for me, like in our definition of national event, it's an event for all the Erasmus and ESNers of ESN Switzerland. But do we want to dwell on definitions, etc., or we can move forward, do something different, and still have like these guidelines, rules, etc. for Titanic? Just need to find a formulation for that. But we don't need to go on about, oh, is it a national event, etc. It's, for me, it's just a vain conversation. We just need to find a good solution and move on.
That's my job here. Please, I need to remind you, if you want to speak, you have a question, raise your hand up high, because I also should be wearing my glasses. If you have a question, 2 minutes, you have a stroke. Question. Sorry, hand. If you have a comment. You have a reaction, and that will take.
I like.
So question, hands, 2 fingers, has to be a comment, not reaction. 1 finger versus 0. Please don't make it a conversation. Conversations are for rich. Thank you. And speak loudly. Scream.
Okay, how many reactions left?
Axel, ESN EPFL, just a reaction to what he has said. In the Swiss event policy paper, the definition of a Swiss national event is an event which has a fixed grant from ESNCH, where all the sections are invited, which is totally the case in that way. So.
The next one is written list. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and the innovative solution. We like innovation here at EPFL. Yeah, that was not even the question. Lucas, ESN Switzerland. So I see a kind of potential conflict in the fact that the event is becoming objectively more Lausanne-centered and still being bound by event policy papers that need to be approved by the whole NA to do a change. So if Lausanne wants to do a change because they want to, they have to wait for an NA for the section to approve it, even though it's not directly, I mean, it's more and more Lausanne-centered. Can you elaborate a bit on this?
So my fear is that it will happen at some point, because I've known enough generations of ESNers, that at some point there is going to be someone in my position who is going to be like, screw the sections, I want only Lausanne people, whatever. And this is something we want to prevent. We want to have something in place that prevents such a person from doing that. And we consider that doing it through the Swiss event policy papers, it's a lot of work. It takes a lot of literacy of how the national system works. And so by making it this hard, it's less likely that someone will go through all the trouble to change that and just screw it up for everyone. That is the goal for us. It's to make it hard enough for someone to change it later down the road, because to us it matters. And I think that participation of sections to Titanic is directly beneficial for our relationship. And I want it to stay that way. And I think all of Lausanne agrees with me. And having talked to many, many captains since we have ever had other sections on the boats, everybody agrees that this change should happen at some point and that they just never had the opportunity to do it. And I think we should do it once and do it well.
The first one was by
Yes, in Switzerland. For me, we're going back to what we were saying before. We're dwelling on definitions. We can create something new, where we can, for example, bound Titanic to the national aspect of it, and remain giving them the freedom of doing what they want, like with the event itself, but bounding, for example, like the number of spots, allocation, etc. This could be discussed on a national scale, and this could be in the Swiss event policy paper, and the rest is on them.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're converging naming section. So Lucas, ESN Switzerland. So I think we're converging to a mutual consent here, and just like as you took an example before, if you don't want like a future captain of Titanic to remove the sections, maybe it can also be good to have some flexibility in other aspects. Let's imagine that by example, there is an engine brake on the boats that you use for Titanic, by example, and you want to rearrange Titanic quickly. You have to find a solution. You want to, I don't know, for example, do it in a castle instead. And if you write in the event policy paper that Titanic should be on a boat on Geneva Lake, then you have to convoke an extraordinary NA to move the freaking Titanic from a boat to a castle, which is not, which is a bit cumbersome. So we should keep the focus on things that are relevant for the national network only in the SEP.
I don't have anything to say. I mean, I just think we can all agree that there is a consensus on at least the changes we want to make. It's just a question of how we enshrine these. And I think there is not going to be an issue with finding a solution that makes it work. So yeah, at least that's the takeaway I took from that. Yeah. Yes. And it is important to us that you all understand exactly what we're talking about here. So even if you have stupid questions, come and ask them. There's no problem at all. Okay? Exactly. All right.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking with time. We'll go back to the slides. Brilliant. Yes, thank you once again also with sticking with time and as well as having concise questions and answers. I really, really appreciate that. Next up on the floor, we have sustainable traveling policy by Yas.
Yeah, so that's good, man. Yeah, so I'm here in front of you yet again to talk about the sustainable traveling policy, something that is kind of new to the network, something that we want to bring. And I think it will be a good time to actually also reflect on it. But I'm going to start with a saying. A member of ESN Spain at an international event not too long ago said, not ESN Switzerland talking about sustainability again. Sorry, that's because of me. So, yeah, I know. This is a direct quote. But why are we doing this? And it's not working. Because we want to lead by example. We are living through a climate crisis. We're living through an ecological collapse, and we all have a role to play. And we as ESN, we are 40 plus countries, 15,000 plus volunteers. We reach 500,000 people. We have an impact, and we need to use that. we need to use that because it's very cheesy, but be the change you want to see in the world. It's exactly what we're trying to do here. We're trying to bring sustainable policies wherever we go. It doesn't matter if we're an environmental organization or not. We all have a part to play in that. So what am I proposing? Oh, yeah. So sustainable traveling has been a big topic for us on the national level for the past year or two, especially after COVID. And what we've been doing more and more is to encourage the national level members to travel by train to different events where we go. We went to Porto by train. I went to an event in Istanbul by train. We went to Croatia by train. I went to London by train, etc. So just to say that it's feasible, and we've seen that there are a lot of things that you can take out of it. So to incentivize the use of sustainable modes of transportation, we're proposing this kind of policy. What are we basing ourselves on? Well, science, because what I'm gonna say very shortly, the most sustainable modes of transportation are trains for now, the ones that use mostly the electric grid, more decarbonized electric grid, and buses and shared cars. Going by car alone is not that nice, as you can see it. But yeah, taking a plane emits a lot of carbon emissions, but it's also has other types of effects due to the, I'm not going to go inside, but it has a big impact. ETH has done a very nice study where you can see actually the destinations that you can reach from Zurich and the comparison between the carbon emissions of each transport, its train and taking the plane, and the times. And you can see that you can reduce drastically the amount of carbon emissions by just simply switching the modes of transportation. When we're talking about a big network, it has an impact. So you can see that a lot of different destinations are reachable very quickly. So how do you incentivize people to explore those types of modes of transportation? So as I said, the alternatives I'm going to focus on are mainly the train, the buses, and the shared car. And as long as the emissions per passenger of the selected alternative is lower than air travel. How are we going to do this? Through a flight decision tree. So this is something very common nowadays in companies or in institutions, etc., where when they incentivize the use of train or other modes of transportation, they allow their employees or whatever collaborators to think about how they want to choose the mode of transportation. So here I'm just going to go quickly through it. So basically, if the destination is reachable by sustainable modes of transportation, we will prefer that if it doesn't take too much time. If not, then it's totally okay. You'll be fully reimbursed if you're eligible for reimbursement by the national level. For example, if you're going to an international event like WEP, EGM, etc., and you're going to be covered by us, then we'll reimburse you fully. This goes for like islands and stuff. Otherwise, if the destination is reachable by sustainable modes of transportation 8 hours or less, then we're going to advise you very strongly to take a sustainable mode of transportation, because it's super easy to take the train. In total, the time that you take to go to the airport, etc., board the train, board the plane, the moment that you go out is more or less the same time in the end. And you'll be right in the center of town when you take the train, for example. So it's super cool. So in that case, you'll be fully reimbursed. And as a general rule, we'll try to fully reimburse all the people who are going to take the train. As you may know, taking the train might be more expensive. So we say when it fits the budget. So for example, if we're going to EGM, 40 of us demanding a reimbursement, we'll have to find a middle ground. So this will be done case by case if need be, but we'll see. The general rule is we'll try to fully reimburse. With that, if it's not reachable in 8 hours or less, we'll gonna have two options. If you take a stable mode of transportation, that's perfect, great, the goal achieved. If not, take a direct plane if possible and offset your emissions. Now, in terms of how we're gonna reimburse the plane, we wanted to go the extra mile. Most sustainable traveling policies stop at this place where they say, okay, 8 hours or less is kind of the time frame. But we wanted to go a bit further because actually a lot of different destinations from Switzerland are reachable by night trains, for example, increasingly reachable by night train, and these take a bit longer, but you'll arrive right like in the morning. It's perfect. You don't lose any day at all. This is also because we, if we go back very quickly, you can see all the destinations. These are very common destinations that can be reached in less than 13 hours. And these are Zurich. So we account also for all the traveling that you need to do in Switzerland as well. So yes, if you travel to a destination that requires less than 13 hours of travel, we will be reimbursed 50% if you take the plane. Otherwise, it's fully reimbursed. So to summarize all of this, this is mainly about the financial stuff, how we reimburse. General rule, if it's not reachable by sustainable transportation, it's 100%. It's less than 13 hours, 50%, and more than 13 hours, 100%. So yeah. And how to make sure that this policy works? We're going to monitor the carbon footprint, and we're going to report it when we report it in the annual report, for example, and see whether our policy made a difference. And that's it, I think. Yes. And as Swedish say, tack tack, or thank you. So yeah. I'm open to questions. I'm also gonna address maybe one thing, is that I know that this is maybe a huge kind of step, but I also see it as an opportunity for us to introduce that kind of policies in the network. I don't say it's perfect. I think this is kind of an oversimplified version of it. We can make it more complicated or more sophisticated, bring in more exceptions or use cases, etc. But I wanted to put that on the table first, discuss it, and if you accept it, we'll gladly make it evolve with time so that it accommodates you and us and the environment, because this is what we're doing it for. So.
Okay, thank you. In that case, the speaker list is open. Maybe first.
Yeah, come to the front. Yeah. Yeah.
So I am Leotrim Halimi from ESN Lucerne. So my question was that you mentioned that in case of flight travel, you would find some way to offset your emission. What would potentially that look like?
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, we were in contact with My Climate, which is a Swiss nonprofit, which actually does exactly that, carbon offsetting, and does a lot of good projects. It's pretty well certified. I know that carbon offsetting can be a bit of greenwashing, so we wanted to make sure that it's actually something that is working well. So I would recommend, I would be in contact with the people who would gonna go by plane and say, okay, offset by through my climate.
Axel, ESN EPFL. So as you said, it's quite oversimplified because most of the time the events where we are going are not close to an airport. And it will happen, and it happened to me, that the event is more than 13 hours by train from Switzerland, but the closest airport is less than 13 hours. So I think you definitely need to make something in the document to explain what would happen in that case, because it doesn't make sense to pay for the plane to Vienna, for example.
Yeah, I understand. This is a kind of a corner case that I did not think about at first, because I always went to places where there was actually like an airport. So this is definitely a corner case. I would suggest that we may find like a formulation or something for that, to include it already. If we do have the time now, we can already also send an amendment. We can discuss it later, but I think it's definitely a good use case. We can think about it. We'll discuss it.
Dana, ESN Zurich. First of all, thanks a lot for introducing this. It's really something we need, and it's really nice. I feel that it's understandable, and like the tree that you put is amazing. My question is, for me as somebody who wants to go sustainable, I need to know in advance like how much more or less will be covered, because depending on like if you cover 50% or 90, my plans might change and my decision might change, because like 50 or 90% of $200 is a lot. How much in advance can you tell people like this is how much budget we have left?
This is a great question, and actually it's very simple. So for example, let's take EGM, Erasmus Generation Meeting, for those who don't know the acronyms. It's a very big event, 800 participants, etc. But you know, the spots kind of in advance. So we start discussing how people are going to travel way in advance, so that we actually also accommodate in terms of budget. We talk with Elena, see if we have budget for everyone to go sustainably. For example, the next EGM is going to be in Amsterdam, and it's super reachable by train from Switzerland. So I hope that we're going to have a whole delegation taking one train. That would be amazing. But this kind of asks the question whether we can cover everything. It's debatable. So we're going to see. But you'll know well in advance, for sure.
I have two questions.
So
Okay, so the first question is about if you've considered, like, considering the number of days and the stay, where, like, if, for example, it's a weekend event for 2 days, 12 hours of train might be a lot and might be not doable for people, but still they would get reimbursed 50%. Is that fair if you compare it to an event that's 6 days? Have you considered this?
Thank you very much. Yes, so it's most of our events are usually weekends, weekend long. So we're mostly going to have 3, maximum 4 days of events. And what I think, when I was thinking about it, is mostly when taking a night train, for example, you arrive directly there. Not all destinations are reachable by night train, for sure. So for now, this is an exception that I was contemplating. I didn't know if I could include it or not, because then anyone can just say, okay, but I can't, and then the policy doesn't work. It's not effective. So we need to find a middle ground to see how to actually like put that in place. But definitely, I think there are a lot of valid reasons for not being able to take the train or whatever sustainable mode of transportation. So I just couldn't find a good solution where people are incentivized at one and do not go around the policy and just always get reimbursed for plane travel. You want it?
Lucia, ESN Switzerland. I have a few things to say, a few points, but I'll try and be brief. You talk about incentivizing people to take the train, and I love that idea. However, I also think that why don't we start with a policy that is a bit more accessible to a majority of people, and limit and lowering the amount of hours by train? Because 13 hours, it can be very difficult for students who study and work at the same time to take off, because I mean, of course, some jobs you can do home office, but some jobs you can't. So it's a luxury to take 13 hours to get somewhere. And I would not want that maybe students who actually maybe even more than others need the reimbursement, that they can't, they get only 50%, because they can't take a 13-hour train. So yeah, I was wondering more, why don't we start with a policy that maybe is a bit more accessible to everyone? 8 hours, 9 hours, that's usually what I see in universities and in other places. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, reaction on this, because I see a clash between what you two referred to, because you mostly think about night trains, which I can relate to totally. And this one refers more to 13 hours, I feel, also during the day. But when it's a travel of 13 hours during a day, also you mostly have to sleep one extra night. Is that counted in the travel? Because if you have to travel the day before, basically you also sleep over 12 nights, 12 hours.
Yeah. No, that's a very valid point. I totally agree that I wanted to be more ambitious in a way. I think maybe we could have phrased it better so that we explicitly say when a destination is reached by night train, then this solution should be prioritized compared to like airplane. So we can maybe change that if this is something that you feel is better. Again, I strongly believe that this is a policy that we need to bring forward. And if you feel like this is something that you cannot commit to yet, you can always bring an amendment. That's one. But I strongly recommend that we still have this kind of policy brought forward at the end of this NA.
Hi, Yusuf, ESN Switzerland. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your presentation. I see this as a step in the right direction, which means that even though this could be just the start and it will be amended and over time as we experiment now, that after COVID, we have more and more events going around, not just Europe now, but we're also going outside of Europe for international events. So slow and steady, this is a policy that will be amended over time. This is not going to be a one-time thing and we're done. We're still open to amendments, but at least it's a step in the right direction.
No, there's one.
My comment is that I think Leotrem Halimi from ESN Lucerne. So my comment is that I think it will be better to do a more gradual percentage of reimbursement. So like do it like formula-wise or something like that, because having just a cutoff from 50 to 100% seems off. Like, what if the train is like 12 hours, 12 and a half hours? So yeah, I think we need this is nitpicking, but we could figure that out.
Just very quickly, my initial document included a gradual one. So, but I wanted to make something more simple for a start, but I guess we can also discuss this to make it more gradual maybe.
Hey, ESN Switzerland. I saved the reaction with another instead of having another question later. Connect me to the intervention of Lucia about student worker that for them would be really hard, but more in particular to the fact that maybe the 13-hour chosen. Okay, basically this is a step forward for us because before was just 50% in general if you take the plane. Instead now we recognize the fact that okay, maybe 20 hours of train is not really sustainable, but it's really heavy for the people. And so why we choose 13 instead of the 8 hour that maybe was more affordable and comparable to a flight, the time of a flight.
Yeah, so I took 13 hours because I was thinking mostly like destinations like Barcelona, which is very reachable. I thought about and accounting for different that's like where you start in Switzerland, because you don't always start from Zurich, right? You may start in Lugano, start in Lausanne, whatever. So this is why I put 13. Might be too much for you, maybe it would be okay for some others, but definitely I think for me it's kind of a middle ground. We can reduce it if you want to, if that's what everyone wants, but for now, like I wanted to aim for a more ambitious number. Yes.
Right. Lucas, ESN Switzerland. Yeah, Advisory Council of ESN Switzerland. And yeah, I see that there's a choice that has been made at the beginning of this, which is we didn't speak too much about, which is that you make the reimbursement depend only on the travel time. And I see some questions going in a direction of should it also account for personal needs? Instead, for example, working or having to carry heavy stuff or having a broken leg or I don't know, these kind of things. And I think it's something that could also be integrated, but it's way harder to judge because travel time is something, I mean, you need to decide on a source, can be Google Maps, can be CFF, and personal needs are harder to account for. So in that sense, it's also a bit a response to Lucia's comment. It's difficult to say, but you could leave her work earlier or something like that because we are no one to judge. But another thing that would be totally objective that you could do is to say every ESN member has a total amount of CO2 they can emit per year. And if you take one flight, then you are within your quota. And if you take 10,000 trains, then you're blowing up your quota and you don't get reimbursement in the end. I mean, this is a bit of, no, because trains are also emitting CO2 in the end. So if you take too many, at some point you exceed your quota. So, I mean, that would be another objective way to judge. Why did you make the, it's a bit, of course, it's a bit sarcastic, but why did you make this choice of saying, okay, it only depends on travel time and you can get as many reimbursement as you want?
Not gonna be too long on that. For me, it was just the easiest indicator, because then if we're gonna go, for example, the president or other people in the board travel a lot to events. So imagine like you go to one event, for example, Istanbul, blow up your budget, and then you're bound to go by train all the time. Is it what we want? Like I think the carbon budget is a future step, and can be definitely explored, but not now for me. So the second question is
okay, yeah, this is more than a question, is a consideration. Also maybe we should reason on the number of change because for experience, when it comes to 10-hour travel or more, there are a lot of change, and there are too many change. You can lose some of them, and losing some of them, you don't take the 10-hour that was initially, but maybe you took like 15-hour, and yeah, maybe we should reason also to amend this part, and the reason also in the change that there are to arrive to the place, because maybe it can take much more time.
I mean, for me, it's too complicated if you start saying, oh, this is how many changes we starting this, how this number of changes, then we'll reimburse this, or we'll prefer that. It's too complicated, and then we'll have to do the case by case. And this is why I chose to make it simple, efficient, with just one indicator, which is the travel time. Usually from Switzerland, most common destinations are reachable with a few number of changes, some not, but I don't know how to basically put that in a policy, to be honest.
Yeah, because I think also putting in writing, it's also better for us to understand like the budget and everything, because also you need to think that I'm gonna receive refund, like reimbursement forms, and I'm gonna decide. I need to like screen everything and decide, but we have something written that is actually stating it's also easing my job more, because I can formally like assess this. I can collect the data. I can see also for the next year how much money we will have to put, because from the previous year, so like, you know, provisional things needs to be done. And also for me, I think any treasurer which come next to me will go crazy if there's not something that it's fixed in a way. Yeah, assessing all of these.
Yes, so my last question is for the offsetting by ESN Switzerland. And if you know if the offsetting projects are in Switzerland or abroad, since I also heard that ESNers from Switzerland are the ones that go most to international events. So I think it would be fair if the offsets are done abroad as well.
So far, the offsetting projects, they have a bit of both. For example, for my climate, it's not a definite like solution, right? We can also explore other solutions, maybe more local, depending on where we go. But this one was easier because it's just uniform. But most of the projects, I would say, or like more than 50% of the projects are in Switzerland, but they do have some international ones. Okay. The goal of this policy is not to penalize people. The goal is to incentivize the use of sustainable modes of transportation. If you feel like this penalizes you, please come up to me. We need to find a solution, a common agreement, so that at the end of this NA, we have something. Thank you very much.
Okay, lovely. Excellent. Well, according to the agenda, we're meant to have an energizer. Would you guys like to go ahead with just the workshops, or are you feeling dead and would actually prefer an energizer? Too dead for that? Okay. Okay. In that case, I propose that we proceed with the workshops. I also have another. I know we're all tired, so am I. It's okay. Anyways, the OC and the CT are proposing that regarding the coffee break, that we kind of merge the workshops and the coffee break, so that you can still have some snacks and the coffee during the workshop, but not to have a completely separate time. And this is so that we don't finish too late, because we are already 1 hour late. So then we don't want to keep it here too long. Is everybody okay with this? If yes, show me jazz hands. Okay, majority of jazz hands. We're gonna go with that. In that case, yes. Would you like to give instructions regarding the workshop, Selena?
I mean, only if you didn't sign up for you didn't come to me, just please go to either the motivation and inspiration and event faculty, because the one from the Dana and Chantal is extremely good and they not good. But that's the list, and also it was shared with you because I see people looking at it. So you want to have your name there. If you're not there, go to the
One more announcement.
Because in each of the 3 rooms, there are people working. So please be nice when you just ask them to go out. There are few people working, so just be nice to them and just inclusivity, pick them up.
In that case, you may go to your designated workshop.
I can go there.
I know, she will go through our make sure before your guys.
How we can grow 36 hours and we This is today morning. This is now. Is there anybody? Which one are you? Alexia, you're motivation is great. I'm not Julian. They're not from here.
Yeah, I just thought that I was in the
This is now.
Oh no.
Mathieu, you.
Moi, je suis là. Mais en fait, le point 3, c'était politique. Et en plus, c'est l'inverse. Moi, c'est très peu, c'est très peu. Et du coup, c'est là. Mais nous, il faut que j'aille la ah, on est sur la question.
I'm coming to taking a beer. Taking a beer. Oh, I have this thing.
108.
Ja, faz pouco tempo que eu
So make sure to do that because sugar cubes are nice. Okay, so you guys, we have spoken quite a little bit about many serious topics, and you have seen Ada and me as main chairs, mostly me as being not that nice, I want to say. I'm just being straight up a bitch, but right now I'm going to come out of that main chair persona, whatever that is, and you're gonna meet us now as the National Board of ESN in the Netherlands. So now we're gonna smile a little bit more and actually be fun for once. Anyways, Ada is going to start off with our presentation about our lovely national organization. Ada, what do you have to say about ESN in the Netherlands?
Okay, so I am the communication manager of ESN Netherlands, and Barbara is the partnership manager of the board. And yes.
Sorry, I'm not main chair now. I'm not thinking. Oh, sorry. Okay, so Netherlands equals to lowlands. So you made us walk a lot yesterday and we were so tired, and that's the reason. Because the highest point in the Netherlands is actually 322 meters above the sea level. We're very, very, very low and flat. We're always fighting the water. Maybe you know about it a little bit. And 25% of our country is below the sea level, and 50% is less than 1 meter above, actually. And yeah, that's why we're here. Save us. And we have more bikes than people, actually. Over 25 million bikes we have, and it's equals to 1.5 bike per person. And yeah, it's interesting. The Dutch are the world's tallest people. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm tall in Turkey, but I'm very short in the Netherlands. Nobody even notices me when I'm walking in the street, and I'm like, okay. Yeah. I was a volleyball player in Turkey, actually. Anyways, our royals are the House of Orange, and the actual reason is orange was the favorite color of the king. So that's why orange is our color, and that's how you recognize the Dutch delegation. Next slide. Thank you. You can recognize us from our stroopwafels. If you had it before, it's amazing. From our windmills, from our delicious cheese, and our lovely King's Day, which is I think the most crowded day in the Netherlands, that you can see everyone wearing orange on their boat parties. It is very fun. Yeah, you're invited to the King's Day. If you come, just let us know.
Because I'm seeing some faces, I understand we are you guys have amazing cheese, but halva. Sorry guys, halva.
How many times did you have halva?
So many times.
Seriously? Okay, she's a real one. Okay, now Barbara is gonna introduce you a little bit about the Dutch network, no? Yeah. I know. Let me see. Okay, this is I'm gonna go from the left to the right. This is our Vice President, Sienna. They all send their loves, by the way, to you. This is our President, Rick. Partnership, Barbara, you don't know her, never mind. Education Officer, Dick. Me, Communication Manager, and Dennis, our Treasurer, and Gloria, our Network Manager. What? Yeah, yeah, we don't know who she is. Gloria is this building. So Gloria, we're sorry, we disappointed you. Okay. And Dennis. Yeah, that's correct. Anyways, yeah, this is how fun we are. You can see. Yeah.
We don't stand.
Yeah, I don't want to be cheesy, but it actually feels like a family already. I love them all. Okay, next slide. Family. Okay, now the difficult part, Barbara explains. Moving on a little bit with the structure of our national board, because I know that there are quite some newbies here. So in ESN, different national organization, or ESN countries in layman's terms, different NOs work differently and have a different structure. So you guys often say, oh yeah, the NL, the NL. Ada and I just keep what? Because when we say in the Netherlands NL, it means Netherlands. We don't have a national level. We don't call it anything like that. We have the national board in orange, and then board supporting structures. and then we just refer them like that. I think maybe we're a bit possessive over the NL, so maybe that's why. Anyways, so starting up, the president, he doesn't really have a committee. Instead, he works with a council of advice, also short as COA. COA has mainly presidents who have been previous members. I have said something funny. I don't want to know what I have said, doesn't matter. Essentially, COA has previous national board members and they serve as our advisory body. The vice president works with the National Network Committee, and again, the National Network Committee has its own structure within themselves. The treasurer works with the SNA. SNA stands for Supervisory and Audit Commission, and this is always the previous year's treasurer. That's a requirement. If you become the treasurer of ESN Netherlands, the upcoming year you have to be inside the Supervisory and Audit Commission, and then basically what SNA does is they go over our finances and they make sure that, yeah, we're doing everything in a correct way. Yes, we don't do any embezzlement. The network manager works with the vice president on the National Network Committee, but also on the International Committee. The communication manager, Ada, works with the PR committee as well as with the IT team or the IT committee, debatable. And last but not least, my wonderful committee, the National Activity Committee, is the thank you very much, Ada. This is my slide I'm presenting. So as the partnership manager, I'm in charge of national activities, which we'll talk also a little bit about later. Some fun pictures from our board. This is our transition weekend. We rented a place in the middle of the farm. Sorry. Ada, yes, and Netherlands. Okay, we rented a place in the middle of a farm or something, in the middle of nowhere, actually, in the Netherlands. There were like cows and horses and us only. It was a peaceful weekend. Yeah, we were in Switzerland. And yeah, it was a really, really peaceful weekend where we officially started our mandate. So this is from last weekend, from our NA1. We called MP, you called NA. So that's why we're kind of dead right now. 2 NAs in a row, don't. Yeah, and these are our fun memories we wanted to share with you. Okay, this is a map of our 18 sections. We have 18 sections in the Netherlands. Do I have to count them all? No, you know. Yeah, we are spread it good. Yeah. We're also currently in talks with having a 19 section, which is going to be, where is the somewhere in the Brabant, aka the farmers' place. I thought so. Okay. Randstad, aka where Ada and I are from, that's here. That's the cool region. That's where you want to be. Leiden, yes. That's fine. It's fine, they know it. They know it. So, something a little bit about our timeline. I got the microphone. So in 1989, the first ever ESN section has been founded in the Netherlands. So that's why ESN Utrecht, that's the first section ever, gets instant bragging rights at every single international, exactly, also here. But they get bragging rights at absolutely every single international event. That's undeniable. And then ESN Tilburg brags about being the only section with an ESN bar. Yes, this is solely an ESN bar. I know it's an old star. They're undergoing reconstruction, like they're gonna renovate it and stuff, but yeah, it's just an ESN bar. Also, they have spin the wheel. Maybe this should be the right thing. They have spin the wheel. You spin the wheel for €1.10. You can get anything from 5 shots to 10 beers or 20 beers. It's amazing. I don't know how are they going with it. Anyways, lovely. And then a couple of years later, in 1991, ESN the Netherlands has been founded, and in 2005, the first national board of ESN the Netherlands was created. And yeah, finally, we have already said that we have 18 sections, correct? Something really interesting about us is most of our boards are actually full-time boards. What this means is they don't do anything except ESN boards. This is because in the Netherlands, student associations, fraternities, and sororities are really, really popular and really they have a lot of power. So the university pays for the board's tuition fee to become the board of a particular student organization because it takes so much time and they recognize that. So we really, really like that from them. However, it is the requirement that then these board members, that they study 1 year longer. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. But during their board mandate, they don't study, they don't have any exam. It's just ESN 24/7. We have a bunch of meetings and events on the national level. First up, we have the summer introduction meeting. It's where it's kind of like a national assembly, like what you guys have now, except we hold it in August. And we don't really vote on anything. We just give one massive ESN introduction. Like ESN 101. Pretty much. Then we have 3 councils of local representatives. This is essentially a meeting. It's kind of like a mini NA. It's just for local representatives. They all go there. They discuss the documents that are to be voted on 1 month before the National Assembly. They get prepared for the... After that, we have 2 level up meetings. Level up always takes place before the general assemblies. And that is where we as a national board approach our local sections and we ask them, hey, these are the international affairs from the international board. What do you guys think of it? What do you want us to represent on the international level? We have 3 national assemblies. As Ada already said, we had 1 take place last weekend. That's also why we're low-key dead. The next one is going to take place in Rotterdam in January 13th to 15th. So I hope to see some of you there. I hope that we have charmed you enough to be our international guests. Finally, we also have national activities, which we'll talk about later, such as Oktoberfest, Prague, Berlin, all of those cool events. We have 2 physical community meetings. We have, I believe, monthly or bi-monthly online community meetings, but physical community meetings is where all of them get together and we just do one big training event. And finally, we do section visits, but mostly in terms of Kobos. Does anybody know what a Kobo is? I see some nodding over there. Yeah, say it. What is it? Pretty much. That's about it in a nutshell. Doesn't necessarily have to be from one university. Essentially, Kobo stands for Constitutional Borel, which means that a certain board is celebrating their constitution. They go to a bar. They pay the bar to be an open bar. They invite all the other boards, whether it's all of the student associations they know they have ever been in contact with, traditionally, historically. They can all go there. One requirement is you come in there and you bring the new board a gift. Can you guess what the gift is? Alcohol. Yeah. So it's quite fun. It's basically one massive party, one massive, but yeah. Essentially, when somebody gives you, for example, an open bottle, whatever it is, you have to finish the whole thing. If they give it to you as a closed bottle, it means it's a gift and your board can drink it at any time. We'll save those for, or do you want, I'm not main chair now. What's up? I like this. But yes, they're super, super fun. There are also a lot of traditions, such as you should steal something from the new board, whether it's a mascot, whether it's their guest book, whether it's their board member. It's their board member. Board members get stolen. You'll just see some small person just going around and getting dragged out of the bar. It gets really aggressive. Chairs are being thrown around. You also need to hire guards. You need to hire security guards because it gets really wild. You also try to steal their staff because every board has a staff. And then that's how you announce, okay, the board of the board of ESN Leiden 2022-2023 is coming forth to congratulate the board of, ESN the Netherlands for their new constitution. So yeah, but that's not about alcoholism. This is something, very cute. As I said, that's a lot about alcoholism. We aren't really a party organization in the end. However, we found a loophole. Has anybody ever been to a cantus? Yes. So, what is a cantus? Essentially, a cantus is a 15th century fraternity activity. And I don't really know how to explain it, just Google it. But essentially, it is karaoke around the table, plus a lot of unlimited beer, plus rules. You think, oh, this is so fun. You don't follow the rules, you get punished. Let's not discuss that. If you want to know something about the punishments, please approach Ada and me. We'll give you some examples about the punishments because they do become low-key unethical. Something really fun about them is all the instructions are done in Latin, and I thought these are the three most famous instructions. So you have the president, the previous president who is leading this contest, that says silencio, which means silence. Everybody needs to be quiet. Ad libitum, which means drink as much as you want, whether it's 1 sip, 2 sips, whatever. And the third one, the more famous one, the notorious one, ad fundum, which means finish your whole glass. One tip, don't eat a lot. Like, oh, I'm gonna prepare so much, I'm not gonna be drunk after the contest. Don't do that. Don't do that. Ad fundum will indeed be notorious. But essentially, yeah, our sections found a loophole. It constitutes a culture and youth activity for one of the causes, so they love organizing it. Exactly. So you can see our sections, ESN Tilburg and ESN Maastricht, they get goosebumps when we told them, yeah, you can register it as a cultural activity. Because these sections throw the biggest and the absolute best contests, hands down. Yeah, so we talked a lot about alcoholism. However, we do have an amazing, collaboration with Responsible Party, and our sections actually absolutely love the Drink More Water campaign. As you can see here, we're forcing people to chug water. And I actually had one member tell me last weekend, you know what, whatever it is, whether it's beer or water, I'll chug it. Okay, works for me. Laura, can you maybe play this? I just want to show you how much we actually love the Drink More Water campaign. Yes, so our people do love chugging, whether it's beer or water. At one point, we just went on with chugging water, and people actually chugged the whole pitcher of water. And then the next day, they were fresh and fruity for the plenaries. So it's a win-win. Last but not least, we organize a bunch of national activities. So as a partnership manager, one of my portfolios is organizing these national trips. And so in the past, we have gone to Berlin, we have gone to Oktoberfest, we organize a King's Day cruise party. I'm inviting all of you to go there because it's just a cruise, 700 people in Amsterdam. You get to party with us, wear orange because House of Orange. And it's my favorite activity, I would say for sure, in ESN, the Netherlands. And yeah, soon enough, on the 17th of November, we're going to Prague. So we're quite busy. That's it from Ada and me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I do also have to say that the reason why we're posing like this is actually an insider joke within the Netherlands, because this is how sorority girls pose. We don't know what this is, but they do it on every picture. So we were like, we have to. They probably know why. Yeah. So that's that. I guess we will have then. I propose to open the speakers list. Yes. Thank you. We have been thinking, but everything we found to rhyme with Rick's last name, Palin, is a bit too inappropriate. For reference, our previous president's last name was Bolton, and we had an Instagram account, Bolton's Butt, which is where the ESN the Netherlands board. Yeah, we were just, I don't know how it even happened, but I joined the board and they were like, I have to take butt pictures. Why do you take butt pictures? I don't get it. Obviously with clothes on, but it's questionable. You just have to specify that. Then we started drinking water. Then after that. So I would love to. If you have any ideas, please shoot them our way. Any other? Any other questions? Yes.
You have the
Yes. In our Kobo. Yeah. Only in our Kobo.
She's not
It's only during our Kobo. So if you do steal either one of us during our Kobo and move us back to the Netherlands, our whole board needs to come to the Netherlands and take us back. So.
Okay, we all pull up.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. In that case, I propose that we move on with natural board positions. This will be a small session. Yeah. Laura, would you care to elaborate? Yeah.
I found it too. I will try to put it somewhere later to the person that actually belongs to. I don't think it belongs to the floor. Yes. Name and section, hello. So because the time is already a bit, in German you would say fortgeschritten. I don't know the English word actually right now. We thought about doing this not really in a small session, but doing it like that each of us goes into one corner and you can just walk around and ask us the questions and we can explain what we actually do for half an hour. So go to the board member that you always wanted to ask a question or that you always wanted to know what we are actually doing, or that you might be interested in taking over and being elected at the next NA. If I may remind that there is an election coming up. So yes, we will, for today, we will do the 7 national board members. Tomorrow we will have the board support members. So we still divide them, but we start. And then we have, last but not least, after that, the presentation of the main chair for NA2. And then we are done for today. Good. There are the posters for the NB. I would just go here and divide in the room, I would say. Okay, I turn this off now. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, is the stream on? I don't know if you have to put down the. Okay, we can go to next. Yeah. Okay. So there's one more thing we need to do for today, and then we are done and can go back to the hostel. We didn't receive a candidate application for the organization committee for National Assembly 2, so we will not hold a vote about this. But I heard yesterday there might be someone interested. So I want to say that probably tomorrow evening, I'm going to open the call again with a quite short deadline so that we will find this section soon. And we can start preparing the next NA, which will be in March, beginning of March. Then, can you go, where's the clicker? Yes, then we voted about this earlier for the ones that were at the introduction of ESN. I just wanted to say this quickly again, that ESN, EPFL withdraw their application for the National Erasmus Games. Therefore, we don't have an OC for this now. Also, this open call I will open probably tomorrow night again. So think about it. It's a really, really nice event. It's where like exchange students from all the sections come together to play sports and then have the possibility to go to the International Erasmus Games, which take place probably in May again, in Madrid this year, in Spain. So it's a really nice thing. So think also about if you could be the section holding this event. We are looking for an organization team. There's a And there's a grant for this event, yes. There is a comment by Dana. Please come to the front. Just do this quickly.
Yeah, AC. So a few years ago, we approved a document called the NA rotation, which had the goal to incentivize sections to organize this NA, not force them, but show like an order in which you can organize an NA for 16 years. It's time to consider organizing one, if you can. I think to force them, but maybe it would be good to look into that list now and see where we are. Okay. Okay. Nice.
Yes. Yeah. So this document actually exists, and the section on the top. We approached that section. That section said that for now they are not able to do it. Therefore, as Dana said, we cannot force them. And actually, the other sections that were behind that on the list were all the sections that did now NNA in the last year. So I actually have to check which is the next one after that. But if anyone is willing to do it, yeah, the open call will be open tomorrow. So the last thing that we need to do now is the candidate presentation of the main chair. So Mathieu, please come to the front.
We haven't shared. Oh, is it my job to find a okay? So my presentation is very minimalistic and will be very brief. My name is Matthew. I'm currently the president. I'm a student here in EPFL Lausanne, EPFL, in mechanical engineering, and starting his second-year master in the same section. How does this work? Okay. As of right now in my ESN career, I've just joined last year as an active member. I've been webmaster, and then I went on to become president for this year, where I've been just doing this nonstop. But it's very fun, and I really, really love it. And this is why I'm wanting to do more, because I did hesitate between actually joining the NL or the board support last year instead of staying in Lausanne in the local board. So following that hesitation, I still started doing presidency, but the option of going national level is still there. So the international events or national events that I have done since the community weekend, the first one in February, I have done 7. So this is mostly in one semester. I had the occasion of actually going to EGM and as well the NBT, which normally isn't supposed to, like local people are not supposed to. Sorry. And I've also went to the National Assembly in Austria because I want to. And so yeah, I did many national events as well, and I feel like I have broader knowledge than concerning DNAs. I did them in 2 different countries, so Austria and Switzerland, and from them all the main shares from them were completely different. And from 3 different national levels of Switzerland, Austria, and Germany, and with this 4th one, you can add. So I have a more broader view, let's say, of how it's supposed to be done, or how it's done in different countries. And I may go to the NA in the Netherlands in Germany. And so yeah, why would I want to do this? It's an opportunity that's given to all the local sections, and I feel like if I have opportunities, then I can make the most out of it, or I'll try to make the most of it, because it's an experience to have in ESN. And even though it's maybe hard or challenging or even stressful, I feel like it's an experience that will help me personally or even in work life in the future. I'll also learn a lot more on how the national level actually works by putting time into it, instead of actually only listening to the workshops or attending the NA as a normal participant. So following what I said before, it's also towards sensual national work support. And it's a way also to give back like the network, because it was honestly one of the best. Because I joined ESN and I rediscovered and many people, and so having to putting time into this is something that I feel, and so yeah, very
You can give it.
Yeah, I'll give it. Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you for your application. I'm really, really happy to see that you got this experience in the last year, and this brings you to choose this position and to try it out. It's not a big thing to do this, actually, especially if you have time. And you're not alone. I mean, it's always, I'm like the vice president is there to support, the rest of the national level is there to support. So I hope that in the future we can see more of these like people coming forward that more or less just joined ESN but want to gain this experience. So thank you very much for your application. And it's, I think in my time in ESN, it's the first time that I experienced having a main chair, except when I applied myself for main chair at an NA presenting. I know we had Lucia, right? True. Okay, second time. Sorry. But still, it doesn't happen so often. Yeah, any questions?
Do you have any other questions?
Nope. Oh, you do? Okay. Is that another point? Oh,
Yes. So
David, ESN Switzerland, I got a remark for you. Because you say you want to join the NA in the Netherlands. I want to remind you that you have exams on the week after. So procedural. So I just want to make you sure that you will not miss any credits this year. Don't do like us, like the old, missing all credits.
Lucas, ESN Switzerland. Hey, Matthew, thank you very much for your application. It's one of the last things I needed to see in ESN. It's an application for main chair at the NNA. No, but seriously, do you have already people in mind for the rest of the chairing team?
I actually don't, but I will. I feel like I can work with anyone. It was the case last year, and I mean, I feel like I can try to work with anyone. I've always had, I never had any problems with working with anyone or even socializing with anyone. So I feel like it's not a big problem. I feel like I can find anyone if they have the right motivations, or if I can motivate them myself. And even if it doesn't go well, it's completely different in personal and work or being chair in this situation. So like if someone wants to yeah, why not? That's part of why I'm actually applying, is to learn more. And so if I have an international guest, it'll be even a bigger step. So I don't mind as well. Oh, do you want to? Yeah.
Yusuf, ESN Switzerland. How does it, if you are voted in, how would it feel? Would you intend on going on an active search for an OC if no OC applies? I know, but I'm asking him anyway. I know. I'm dragging him with us. we go down and go down together. We will not go down.
I can't answer that really. I don't respond. I won't respond. Oh, okay.
In that case, the speaker's list is closed. Thank you, Matthew. So we have come to the end. In this case, we also have a closing announcement, and I would like to call up Laura to announce the closing announcement. It's very late, guys. I don't know who does it. Dia told me you do it. Axel does it. Switzerland do it. Go ahead.
Okay. I start with the boring part. Tomorrow we start again at 9 o'clock. Please be on time so that we can start on time, so that we finish on time. So that at 5 you can all go home. I don't know if this room will be closed. I think Axel will say something about it. Otherwise, take your stuff with you. The voting devices, please give back to Arnaud so that we have them. We will give them out tomorrow morning and do a quorum check again.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, so for the less boring part, no, yeah, just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but yeah, so yeah, we'll leave now. So don't let any computer or anything, because this door cannot really be closed because there is no way to close it with a key. There is a door that is supposed to be closed, but some people have access to it. So you can let stuff here because it's booked for us, but don't let anything like computers or stuff like this take it with you. And you can go now to the hostel to prepare for the party tonight. It will be at Blanche Maison. which is the address is in the survival guide. And I think you should arrive around 8:30 there, where we'll have dinner on the silent party tonight. And yeah, so what I wanted to say more. Oh yeah, and I don't think everyone paid yet. Is Alistair still here? Yeah, Alistair is here. So if you didn't pay, go to Alistair. Alistair, I think you have the list of the people. How many people left? 6? Okay.
We don't want to call them out now, so please, if you haven't paid yet, go there.
Yeah, and please be on time tomorrow morning because we don't want to wait for a section for the correct. Yeah, oh yeah, and yes, hostel part. There is the rules of the hostel written on the group, but when you come here, please take everything with you. And yeah, don't leave anything in the hostel. Take all your stuff here in the plenary rooms. And there will be Tuan and Ryan will be there from 8 in the morning, so they can check out with you, and they will see if some people are missing. And yeah, don't lose the card. Yeah, it's important. So yeah, so see you later at Blanche Maison and take your best costume for the Scandinavian party.
So this means day 1 of NA Scandinavia is closed.